Chapter 1090. After a short conversation, the members of Fairy Tale did not fully believe Noah's words, but at the very least, they were half convinced. If it had been any other modern world, it would not have been so easy to believe that he came from another world. However, the world of Fairy Tale was a world where magic prevailed. In a situation where magic itself represented inconceivable phenomena, the people of this world who fully understood magic would naturally not find it that hard to accept the existence of another world. After explaining his purpose for coming to this world to the people of Fairy Tale, Noah finally got to the point. So, I want to go to the royal capital. Can you tell me how to get there? That one sentence caused everyone to fall silent. After a long time, Lucy sighed and said so. Even though you're not one of us, you're still another member of Fairy Tale. Logically speaking, it wouldn't matter if we helped you with such a small favor, but we still have to advise you to give up. Lucy's words caused the silent atmosphere to become oppressive. On the other hand, Noah himself looked at Lucy without any surprise. Because of the kingdom. In this world, the entire world of Edras was ruled by a single kingdom. The kingdom had the ability to rule the entire world and had the ability to send troops to guard every city and town to prevent the private use of magic. It was easy to imagine the extent of its influence and strength. To put it bluntly, going against a kingdom like this was no different than going against the entire world. It was obvious how small the chances of success were. Not to mention, your goal is not only the kingdom, but also the kingdom of the surpassers. Lucy showed a fearful expression for the first time. That is the race of angels ruled by God. They control the existence of all humans. If you do this, there is no doubt that you are going against both God and humans. Moreover, in the kingdom's army, apart from normal soldiers, there are also magical forces. Levi also showed a fearful expression. Right now, the magic of the entire world is monopolized by the kingdom. The magical forces of the kingdom are equipped with magic. Even if you can use magic, you have no chance of winning against such a large number of magical forces. Although the people around them did not say anything, their expressions were the same as Lucy and Levi. They did not have high hopes for Noah. That was only natural. On one side, there was a person. On the other side, there was a kingdom that had the ability to rule the entire world and a race that had the ability to control humans. No matter who it was, they did not think that the former had a chance of winning. In response, Noah said indifferently, "Don't worry. You just need to tell me how to get to the royal capital. I will think of a way to solve the rest." Seeing that Noah didn't have any intention of giving up, the entire Fairy Tale sorcerer couldn't help but be startled. "You should just give up." Mira couldn't help but say. "Don't you have an engagement with my other self? If something happens to you, she will be sad." "No, you are wrong." Noah looked straight at Mira and said. "Because I am here to protect my companions and the guild. Therefore, Mira will only be happy, not sad." Mira opened her mouth, but she was speechless. Just as the atmosphere became more and more oppressive, Noah, with his outstanding sensing ability, suddenly felt a ferocious aura coming towards the entire Fairy Tale like a meteorite. At that moment, Noah's gaze turned cold and he spoke without hesitation. "Be careful." Before he could finish his words, an indescribable impact acted on the entire Fairy Tale. Dong! Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the entire Fairy Tale shook violently as if it had been struck by something ferocious. Woo 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 woo. Caught off guard, almost no one reacted in time, causing the entire Fairy Tale to tremble up and down like an earthquake, causing many people to fall to the ground and cry out in alarm. Woo woo. In the next second, a low growl sounded from outside the Fairy Tale. It was not the cry of a human. It was the cry of a magical beast. Hearing this cry, the people present seemed to know something and their expressions changed abruptly. Not good. It's the royal army. No. It should be called Fairy Hunt. The Fairy Hunt is here. The entire Fairy Tale immediately panicked. Even Lucy, Ruby, Wendy, Mira, and the others turned pale. "Stupid Lebby!" Lucy yelled out. "Teleport! Quickly teleport!" "No. I can't." Ruby's face was ashen. "Because you idiots suddenly brought someone from another world, I haven't even repaired the magic machine and can't activate the teleportation array to escape." At this moment, even the faces of the people around them turned pale, and some of their eyes even faintly revealed some despair. Noah was the only one who stabilized his body with one knee on the ground. He resisted the shaking of the building and looked at Mira. "What's that fairy hunt?" "Ever since Fairy Tale became a dark guild, there's one person who's been in charge of attacking our guild." Mira bit her lip. "That person is the Fairy Hunt." Because he had always been targeting Fairy Tale, that person was given a nickname. The Fairy Hunt. In this world, Fairy Tale was the enemy that she was most afraid of and hated the most. Boom! Not long after, the second wave of attacks came, causing the whole of Fairy Tale to shake even more violently, and even the walls began to crack. "No!" Lucy gritted her teeth and took out the handle of the long whip from her waist. "If this continues, we will all be annihilated." Lucy?" Wendy said in surprise. "You. Don't tell me you want to go out and fight?" "If we don't fight, we will die," Lucy said with a face full of determination. "If we must die, then of course I will fight to the end." The entire magic shooters of Fairy Tale were silent for a moment, and then each and every one of them showed a determined expression. Seeing this, Noah smiled. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, a fairy tale will always be a fairy tale. Noah slowly raised his head and looked outside the fairy tale. His eyes gradually glowed with a bright light. "Although it's not my fairy tale, it's not someone else's turn to destroy it just like that." After saying this, Noah's whole body shot out like a bullet, and directly swept out of the door of Fairy Tale. Behind him, the exclamations of the magic shooters rang incessantly. However, Noah had already stopped on the ground outside, and looked at the sky. There was a huge black shadow suspended high in the sky, and with a hover, it was like a huge meteorite, directly falling from the sky, and directly attacking Fairy Tale. Buzz! However, at this moment, a huge golden ripple suddenly fluctuated, and covered the entire top of Fairy Tale. In the next moment, a huge shield that was as thick as a city wall and inlaid with flower petals emerged from the golden ripples. It shielded the entire Fairy Tale behind it, protecting it within. Chapter 1091. Woo woo. The huge shadow did not seem to have expected that a huge shield would suddenly appear in front of it. It was unable to stop in time, and with a roar, it directly hit the huge shield that was like a city wall. Dong! The shocking sound of the collision was heard, and it stirred up a circle of impact like a gale. However, the huge shield was still intact. On the contrary, the huge black shadow seemed to have been repelled and retreated at a speed faster than the speed at which it had charged over. It was only then that Noah saw the true face of the huge shadow. It was a huge magical beast that looked somewhat similar to a dragon, but it was quite ferocious. And on the back of the magical beast, there was a person riding on it. A young girl with long, flowing crimson hair was holding a spearhead that looked like the claws of a ferocious beast, and the whole body of the spear had a metallic luster. Looking at the young girl, Noah's pupils could not help but shrink. Woo woo. The next moment, the huge magical beast that was forced to retreat let out an angry roar, and with a flap of its wings, it charged towards Noah's direction in the most violent manner. Shio! The huge magical beast that fell from the sky had completely turned into a black shadow under the extreme speed, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it fiercely charged down. Looking at the momentum, if he was hit, there would at least be a big hole in the ground, right? However, in the face of the huge magical beast that was charging towards him, Noah's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He did not retreat, and with a bang, his whole body shot towards the sky, fearlessly welcoming the terrifying magical beast. Be careful! The group of magic shooters who had rushed out of the fairy tale cried out in surprise. However, in the next moment, the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale were completely shocked. Bang! They could only see a heavy muffled sound exploding in midair. That was the sound of Noah, who fearlessly welcomed the incoming magical beast, turning around and suddenly kicking the huge magical beast's head heavily. This attack actually sent the huge magical beast flying. It turned into an arrow that left the bowstring and shot down from the sky. With a loud bang, it smashed into the ground, stirring up a thick layer of gravel and sand that covered its entire body. It was only for a moment. It was only one blow. The huge magical beast that was at least 100 times bigger than Noah was simply like a large piece of trash. It was kicked away by Noah, and smashed onto the ground. It was estimated that if it did not die, it would not be able to stand up for a while. Faced with this, Noah's expression did not change at all. Instead, he suddenly raised his head and clenched his fist. Amidst the whistling sound of the wind, he threw out a punch. Chi! Almost at the same time, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Noah. The spearhead in his hand was like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast, and with a shake, it turned into a black ray that pierced through the air, and directly pierced towards Noah's direction. Clang! When the fist and the spear collided, it actually gave rise to a sound of metal clashing, setting off a strong shockwave that shook the two figures in the air away. Following gravity, they steadily landed on the ground on both sides of the ground in front of the huge magic beast that was stirred up by the huge magic beast, facing each other from a distance. From the moment Noah rushed out of Fairy Tale, blocked the huge magical beast's attack, kicked the huge magical beast away, and exchanged blows with the person riding the huge magical beast, the whole process did not even take 30 seconds. However, in this short period of less than 30 seconds, the group of magic shooters who had originally planned to risk their lives for Fairy Tale were all speechless as they watched the scene in front of them, and fell into an indescribable silence. Noah didn't even look at the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale. Instead, he stared straight at the crimson figure opposite him. After a while, he muttered helplessly and unhappily, "You're right, Fairy Tale. You're right. So that's how it is. Is this the role you play in Edras?" This kind of muttering was not heard by the beautiful crimson-haired girl. However, even if she heard it, the other party would probably not pay much attention to it, right? Because, the positions of the two had already determined many things. This is really surprising. Saying this, the crimson-haired girl cast an ice-cold gaze towards Noah. There was no emotion in it. Fairy Tale, who used to only know how to run away, actually chose to fight today. Pretty gutsy, isn't it? Gutsy? Noah said coldly. Only the weak would need gutsy to challenge the strong, right? Oh. The crimson-haired girl smiled, but that smile of hers was incredibly cold. In other words, you think you are stronger than me? Whether I am strong or not is not something that can be proven with words. Noah slowly extended his hand, and with a flip of his hand, a small silver sword appeared in his hand and pointed it towards the girl. Prove it with your strength. Well said. The crimson-haired girl raised the pike in her hand and slowly arched her body like a beast preparing to pounce on its prey. A murderous glint appeared in her eyes. Let me see what you can prove to me, the leader of the Second Magical Strike Legion, Elusha Natewoka, with that toy in your hand. After those words, the crimson-haired girl, Elusha, clenched her fist. In her hand, the pike with the tip of a ferocious beast's claw glowed with a cold light. Bang! As if something had exploded, Elusha stomped on the ground and turned into a black shadow as she charged towards Noah. In her hand, the pike glowed with a cold light. Wherever it passed, even space itself seemed to glow with a cold light. Whoosh! In an instant, the small silver sword in Noah's hand glowed with a blinding white light that dyed the surrounding space a beautiful white. Following that, particles of light began to elongate. In the end, the silver holy sword that glowed with a beautiful silver light appeared in Noah's hand. The bright light it gave off caused the Fairy Tale's magi to close their eyes slightly. Clink! In the next moment, the silver holy sword and the pitch-black pike collided with each other. The sound of metal clashing was mixed with some sparks that burst out in space. The result of such a head-on collision was naturally that Noah, who had a LV, for ability value, remained unmoved. On the other hand, Elisha of Edras felt a huge force reverberate back, causing her to take a few steps back. However, Elisha, whose body was slightly shaken and she took half a step back, had an even colder expression on her face. She immediately rushed forward again, the pike in her hand glowing with a cold light. Like a venomous snake hidden in the shadows, she mercilessly bit towards Noah's direction. Looking at the pike that repeatedly pierced towards him and turned into a rain of pike lights, Noah's eyes flickered. Elisha was Noah's childhood sweetheart. The two grew up together. They ate together. They trained together. They worked together. They even bathed together. When it came to relationships, Noah and Elisha were well known in the entire fairy tale. Although the Elisha in front of him was not the Elisha Noah knew, Noah's heart gradually turned cold when he saw Elisha looking at him with a cold gaze as if she was looking at a dead person. At that moment, Noah's arm trembled slightly, but he did not retreat in the slightest. He directly brandished his sword and faced Elisha. In the arena, the brilliant white light and the cold black light each occupied half of the space. Clang 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 clang. The silver-colored sacred sword flashed past in perfect arcs as it repeatedly collided with the long spear that stirred up waves of cold glints. Waves of sparks were set off as clear and crisp sounds of collision resounded. This caused the vigorous forces to collide in the arena. Waves of shockwaves erupted as they transformed into ripples that continuously spread out. Chapter 1092. Clang 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 clang. Sword light and spear light crisscrossed. Like a beautiful crescent moon, the scars of the holy sword repeatedly danced in the air. Like a cold viper, the light of the iron spear repeatedly flashed in the air. Sword and spear unceasingly collided in this way. Every time they intersected, a wave of sparks would be created, arousing the sound of swords and halberds, making the most intense battle look like a dance, extremely pleasing to the eye. No. Accurately speaking, there was only one person in the middle of the dance. Clang 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 clang. He didn't rely on his outstanding physical ability, nor did he use any complicated stratagem. The elf user with the silver holy sword had his eyes closed, as if he couldn't see anything. It was as if he was facing off against an invisible opponent. His entire body seemed to be dancing, taking advantage of the strong wind created by the weapons clashing against each other, dancing gracefully. Every time he danced, that otherworldly figure would create a beautiful slash that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Every time he waved, that glittering silver holy sword would create a dazzling trajectory, repeatedly colliding with the iron spear that was thrusting violently, creating a crisp sound of collision. If it was said that Elisha, holding the iron spear, mercilessly thrusting at Noah, was a bee, then Noah, holding the holy sword, using the beautiful sword light to deflect the incoming spear, was a butterfly. Even if he didn't have sufficient killing power like a bee, the dancing butterfly could still calmly flutter in the face of danger, blooming with the radiance of life. And following its master's kind and pleasing sword strike, that glittering silver holy sword's radiance became even more dazzling, causing the following slashes to become faster, fiercer, and more turbulent. That was also natural. Originally, the sword dance of the elf envoy existed to stimulate the strength of the contracted elf. Under that pleasing sword dance, the highest grade elf equipment named Demon Slayer gradually began to display its strength, causing the aggressive Elisha to be unable to resist and fall back, falling into a disadvantageous position. This made Elisha's ice-cold face flash with a trace of anger, holding the pitch-black iron spear in her hand, directly aiming at Noah's chest. Clang! Of course, such an obvious attack would not be able to do anything. It was directly deflected by the beautiful sword light that came head-on. This time, Elisha finally couldn't help but be repelled by the shockwave, involuntarily retreated several steps, and actually began to gasp for breath. Noah, as if he didn't see anything, still closed his eyes still, holding the silver holy sword, facing Elisha. Looking at Noah who appeared to be extremely skillful, Elisha took a deep breath, and coldly said, You do have some ability, no wonder your tone is so arrogant. However, this sentence was only exchanged with Noah's indifferent words. Is that so? But I haven't shown my true ability yet. Elisha's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness, and coldly laughed, no longer saying anything. The iron spear in her hand suddenly vibrated, and a burst of light suddenly burst out. Although his eyes were closed, his outstanding perception allowed Noah to feel a surge of magic from Elisha's iron spear. Without a doubt, Elisha was preparing to use Edra's magic. Following the burst of light on Elisha's iron spear, the pitch-black iron spear suddenly changed shape. At the same time, a scorching hot wind began to swirl around the completely deformed iron spear, dyeing the spearhead a fiery red like a soldering iron. I'd like to see if you really have such ability. Leaving such a sentence, Elisha held up the fiery red spear, stamped her feet on the ground, and her body turned into a crimson shadow, shooting out like a ghost. As Elisha's figure shot out, an astonishingly high temperature rapidly condensed on the fiery red spear in her hand. In the end, it faintly formed a circle of flames condensed from demonic power. Feeling that astonishing heat, Noah didn't have the slightest doubt. If he was hit by Elisha's next attack, even with the LV4 durability bonus, his skin would still be burnt black, right? However, facing the hot wind from Elisha's fiery red spear that had already pounced on Noah's face, Noah opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes flashed, and the arm that was tightly holding the holy sword trembled slightly. A rich divine aura surged out from his arm, instilling into it, causing the elven magic equipment named Demon Slayer to blossom with a dazzling light. I'll let you experience the true power of my 10 Commandments spear. A cold shout came from Elisha's mouth as she rushed over. Bursting spear. In the next second, the spear that was covered by the dense fiery red-hot wind, as if it had suddenly pierced through the void, bringing along an astonishing heat as it violently swept out. As the fiery red spear swept out, one could only see that the space around the spear had become slightly distorted. The blazing heat even roasted the ground until it was like the dead wood in the desert, completely charred black. The scorching flames illuminated Noah's expressionless face. Under the gaze of everyone present, Noah only slowly raised the Demon Slayer, that was shining with boundless radiance. Just like before, he swung it out to meet the terrifying spear with neither light nor heavy force. Stupid. Elisha's eyes finally flashed with killing intent, but the strength in her hand didn't decrease, but instead increased. Immediately, the shockingly powerful spear streaked through the air and collided head-on with the ordinary sword that was neither light nor heavy. Rumble. Just at the moment when the silver holy sword and the fiery red spear came into contact, a dull explosion instantly sounded. The fiery red-hot wind that had gathered at the tip of Elisha's spear actually exploded, causing an astonishing explosion from the point of contact. It was like a ripple that spread in all directions, covering Noah's body within it. However, before Elisha could reveal a victorious smile, the explosion that covered Noah suddenly stagnated. Suddenly, like a whirlpool, it condensed in one direction. In the end, the astonishing burst of flames wrapped around a saint sword that was sparkling with silver light. Like a flaming tornado, a terrifying flame rose up. Wah! Elisha's face changed drastically. Then, a voice that seemed to be far away reverberated from the thick flames. Absolute sword technique. Form 4 flame slash. The holy sword that carried the terrifying flaming tornado suddenly exploded, like a meteor falling from the sky. Under the gaze of Elisha's shrunken pupils, it heavily slashed down. Dong! This time, it was the shining silver holy sword's turn to explode with terrifying flames when it landed on Elisha's body. It set off an astonishing explosion, covering Elisha's entire body within, shaking her in all directions. Not long after, in the scorching flames, Elisha, whose entire body was emitting light smoke, was like a kite with a broken string. Her body flew out from the flames and landed heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, she finally stopped and laid there, no longer moving. The whole place was dead silent. Witnessing the moment when Elisha was defeated with their own eyes, the entire fairy tale was stunned on the spot, unable to react. It's a lie, right? Lucy muttered. That guy defeated the fairy hunter. Why was Alusha called the fairy hunter? It was because Alusha had always been chasing after Fairy Tail. Until now, who knows how many Fairy Tail magic shooters she had annihilated. To Fairy Tail, Alusha was like a natural enemy. Sooner or later they would all obediently become prey in her hands. Now, this natural enemy of Fairy Tail was suddenly defeated, to the extent that everyone in Fairy Tail was stunned on the spot. Chapter 1093. Whoosh! A whistling gale suddenly blew up, blowing away the explosive flames and sand that had filled the empty space in front of the Fairy Tail, causing the ground that was slightly charred and more or less cracked to be clearly displayed in front of everyone. In the field, Noah looked at Alusha, who was sprawled on the ground, not moving at all. He held the demon slayer tightly and felt the dense divine energy flowing within it as he muttered to himself. Aster, are you okay? Just as he finished speaking, Aster's voice sounded in Noah's mind. It's okay, Master. At the last moment, I restrained my power. That human shouldn't have died immediately. Hearing this, Noah nodded silently. The sorcerers of Edras weren't like the sorcerers of Aslan, who could store mana within their bodies and use their own power to cast spells. In Edras, the so-called magic was actually just the power of magical weapons and magical items. Noah was well aware of this. Originally, he thought that there would be a difference in strength between Azran's and Edras's sorcerers, even if they were on the same level. However, Alusha of Edras, the leader of the second magical battle unit, who was known as the Fairy Huntress, was much more outstanding than most of the sorcerers of Aslan. At least, in Noah's opinion, Alusha of Edras and Alusha of Aslan were evenly matched. To be able to reach such a level with just magical weapons, Alusha of Edras's abilities could be seen clearly. After all, even Alusha of Aslan's reload spell was only a spell used to quickly replace and store magical weapons. In other words, Alusha of Aslan's strength was largely due to the power of magical weapons. Of course, just by relying on the power of magical weapons, Alusha of Aslan would never be able to become an S-rank sorcerer of the Fairy Tail. In fact, her strength had almost reached the level required to become one of the 10 great Saint Magi. To be able to use magical weapons to perfection and display 200% of their power, that was the true strength of Aslan's Alusha. Otherwise, Alusha wouldn't need to train her sword skills and other battle techniques so hard. And Alusha of Edras didn't just rely on the power of magical weapons. This girl was the same as the Alusha of Noah's acquaintance. She was the kind of person who would painstakingly train her own skills and display the full power of magical weapons. In Edras, there shouldn't be many who could be a match for Alusha, right? If she hadn't met Noah, who was even more unruly than her, glancing at Alusha who was still lying on the ground, Noah turned around. Just as he was about to leave, a voice full of pain suddenly rang out. Wait! Wait! Noah's footsteps paused. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Alusha once again. There, Alusha was tightly holding the weapon known as the Spear of the 10 Commandments. She planted the spear on the ground and stood up with difficulty. A pair of cold eyes stared unwaveringly at Noah. I haven't lost yet. This sentence caused the sorcerers of the Fairy Tail to look at Alusha with pity. However, at this moment, Alusha didn't have the sorcerers of the Fairy Tail in her eyes. She only had Noah in her eyes. My Spear of the 10 Commandments has 10 forms, and each form has a different ability. You've only seen 2 of them. There are still 8 forms left. Alusha used both hands to hold the spear tightly. She supported her swaying body which was covered in burn marks and stood up with difficulty. So, I haven't lost yet. Hearing this, the sorcerers of the Fairy Tail were shocked. Alusha's Spear of the 10 Commandments has 10 forms? And each form has a different ability. Doesn't that mean that Alusha can use the equivalent of 10 types of magic? However, after interacting with Alusha for so long, the members of the Fairy Tail have never seen the other forms of the Spear of the 10 Commandments. Could it be that Alusha has never used her full strength when hunting the sorcerers of the Fairy Tail? Thinking of this, the sorcerers of the Fairy Tail felt a chill in their hearts. Once again, the fear of the fairy hunt surged up. On the contrary, after hearing Elisha's words, Noah did not reply. He only looked at Elisha, who was struggling to support her swaying body and staring at him with a pair of ice-cold eyes. After a long while, he said this. "You've already lost." After saying this, Noah no longer paid attention to Elisha. The demon slayer, in his hand, slowly turned into a burst of light particles and turned back into a palm-sized silver dagger. Noah put it back on his waist and turned around, walking towards the direction of the fairy tale. Elisha's delicate face was somewhat distorted. Just as she was about to recklessly move forward, in front of her, Noah's footsteps stopped and cast his gaze towards the forest at the side. A golden ripple reverberated around Noah's body and a gorgeous spear popped out. With a rise and fall, it turned into a ray of light and shot towards the direction of the forest. Pang! The powerful noble phantasm directly exploded the ground of the forest, setting off a strong gust of wind. And in that gust of wind, a figure was thrown out like a rolling gourd. It was extremely embarrassing as it rolled on the ground. After a while, it came to a stop with great difficulty. It was a tall man wearing pink armor with a hairstyle that resembled a plane. Seeing the man rolling on the ground like a rolling gourd, Elisha was startled and exclaimed in surprise. "Shug boy." Elisha's address made the nearby magic shooters of the fairy tale surprised as well. "Shug boy?" Mira exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't that the captain of the kingdom's 4th demon battle unit?" "The captain of the kingdom's 4th demon battle unit?" Noah narrowed his eyes and looked at Shug boy. However, under Noah's gaze, the captain of the demon battle unit named Shug boy flipped over and jumped up. He took out a sword and directly stabbed it into the ground. Sword of Rose. A wave of magic suddenly rippled across the entire ground with the sword that Shug boy had stabbed into the ground as the center. The next moment, the ground suddenly rippled like soft cotton. With a swell, it was like a huge wave that surged towards Noah's direction. "Oh." Noah raised his eyebrows. "Is it similar to the Hittite of the Oration Cease?" At the same time, another luxurious spear shot out from the golden ripples around Noah. Like a bullet fired from a barrel, it shot toward the soft earth wave that was surging over. Bang! With an explosive sound, the wave of earth that surged towards Noah's direction was directly blasted apart by the noble phantasm that had turned into a laser. It scattered like water and fell back to the ground, causing the previously undulating ground to return to its original state. However, behind the wave of earth, Shug boy and Elisha, who should have been there, had disappeared. Seeing this, the group of fairy tale magic shooters looked at each other in dismay. She escaped. Noah was the only one who wasn't surprised at all as he looked at Ilusa's original position and muttered to himself once again. He muttered to himself, "I hope I won't meet you again next time." This sentence was somewhat unrealistic. After all, for the sake of fairy tale, Noah had to go to the imperial city. At that time, as the captain of the kingdom's 2nd demon battle unit, Elisha would definitely block in front of Noah, right? Chapter 1094. The royal capital of Edras was the most prosperous city on the continent. There was no need to explain the reason. It was simply because it was the royal capital, the home of the king of Edras. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. The reason why the royal capital of Edras was so prosperous was because the king lived there. The other reason was because of an island floating in the air above the royal capital. Extania. It was the place where the humans of Edras lived under the rule of the self-proclaimed goddess, the angel race, or surpassers. This island, which was like a shrine to Edras, floated in the air above the royal capital of Edras. That was why the royal capital of Edras had no choice but to be prosperous, since it was located below the island where the goddess lived. Perhaps it was because of this that the city under Extania was chosen to be the capital of the kingdom. Apart from those two reasons, there was another reason why the royal capital had become the most prosperous city in Edras. Under the king's strict ban on the use of private magic, only the royal capital was allowed to use magic in public in the entire Edras. The reason was that the king needed the support of his people. To win the support of his people, the king of Edras allowed the citizens of the royal capital to use magic. How should one put it? The hypocritical and dictatorial side of the royal capital was on full display. At this time, in the center of the huge palace in the capital, in an extremely vast and luxurious hall, there was a white-haired and white-bearded old man sitting on the throne. He was around 70 or 80 years old, with a crown on his head and a scepter in his hand, which represented his authority, sat with his eyes closed. That was the king of Edras, Faust. Below the throne, there were two people kneeling side by side on one knee. One of them was a youth around 17 or 18 years old. The other was a burly young man in his 20s, covered in black fur and with a face like that of a leopard. However, no matter if it was a human or a cat, at this moment, they were all facing the king who was sitting with his eyes closed. They lowered their heads submissively, not even daring to breathe loudly. There was no other reason. While there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, the sinister atmosphere in the hall showed that the king of Faust was enraged. Moreover, it was the kind that was filled with rage. Failed. Faust's voice was filled with suppressed rage. How many times have I failed? After saying this, Faust slowly opened his eyes and roared furiously. Undoubtedly, the anima worked well this time and should have been successfully activated. But why didn't the successful anima send Aslan's magic back? Kneeling on one knee on the ground, the man and the cat lowered their heads and closed their eyes, silently enduring the king's fury. There was no other way. From Faust's monopolization of magic, one could see how selfish this king was. If he were to bump into the enemy's muzzle at this time, even if he didn't die a horrible death, his end wouldn't be good either. Even under such circumstances, Faust was still angrily shouting. Ever since the anima was developed, the plan has been carried out for so many years, but Aslan's magic hasn't been sent back even once. If this continues, when will we be able to obtain an endless supply of magic? In response to Faust's words, the strong black cat continued to bear it without any expression. Only the young man's body trembled slightly as if he was experiencing the same thing. Ever since the anima plan was started, it had indeed never succeeded. It wasn't because there was something wrong with the anima spatial magic. Instead, in Aslan, there was always someone who forcefully shut down the anima whenever it was activated, preventing the anima from sending Aslan's magic back to Edras. Needless to say, the reason why Edras' anima failed at the last moment was entirely because of Mr. Gang's interference. For this reason, this time, Edras didn't hesitate to use up a large amount of magic to adjust the anima power to the highest level. He originally thought that under such circumstances, no one would be able to stop the anima from activating. Now that the anima had indeed been successfully activated, Faust, who had received the news at that time, had been really excited. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for a basin of cold water to extinguish the excitement in Faust's heart. The spatial magic had indeed been activated. However, Aslan's magic hadn't been sent over. Why was this? No one knew the reason. But there was one thing that was certain. That was, this time, Edras still hadn't been able to obtain the magic from Aslan. When he thought of this, the anger in Faust's heart couldn't be suppressed. Magic. Faust's hand clenched the scepter so tightly that it made cracking sounds. He was both jealous and envious as he murmured. When will I be able to obtain an endless supply of magic like Aslan? At this moment, from Faust's eyes and face, there was only one feeling. Insatiable greed. Just like how greedy people would never be satisfied with limited money, or how greedy people would never be satisfied with a little bit of power, what the king of Edras pursued was endless magic. That was all. After a long time, Faust took a deep breath and suddenly spoke. Lili, Faust's call finally made the sturdy black cat open its eyes and raise its head. Your Majesty, I am here. I need you to answer a question honestly. Faust's eyes shone with a cruel light. As the captain of the kingdom's #1 magic army, if I let you lead the army to attack Aslan, can you bring me victory? These words caused Lili's pupils to constrict uncontrollably. Even the youth at the side trembled, as if he was extremely shocked by Faust's words. That was to be expected. For the sake of magic, this insatiable king actually wanted to attack Aslan. That was simply wishful thinking. Forgive me for being blunt, Your Majesty. Lili could only close his eyes again and speak in a low voice. Let's not talk about battle prowess. In terms of resources, if our army wants to fully display our battle prowess, we must have sufficient magic. Aslan, on the other hand, does not have to worry about magic. If we go to war, unless our battle prowess far exceeds Aslan's, we will definitely lose once our magic is exhausted. Therefore, the chances of victory are extremely low. Magic. Magic power again. Faust was furious. Why can Aslan enjoy the treatment of endless magic? Why can't we? No one could answer Faust's question. This was no longer a question that humans could answer. It was a question of the world. Aslan's magic could automatically circulate between all things. Edra's magic, on the other hand, would be exhausted sooner or later. This was the difference between the two worlds, and also the fundamental difference between the two worlds. In the face of the world's decision, the power of humans was pitifully meager. Get out! Faust roared as if he had gone mad. All of you, get out! Lili and the youth could only silently retreat. Even after they had left the royal hall, they could still hear Faust's angry roars from within the door. Phew! The youth wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his face bitter. I can't believe you're still so calm, Lili. Aren't you usually very long-winded? Seuss. Lili glanced at the youth. I thought you'd be long-winded in front of His Majesty again. I'm not an idiot. The youth named Seuss was speechless. Long-winded in that situation? Then I'd definitely be dragged out and beheaded in public. Hearing this, Lili wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly froze, and he looked ahead. What's wrong? Seuss looked over in confusion, and then his face froze. In the corridor ahead, two people were walking over shakily. One of them was Shugboy, whose armor had become dirty. The other was Alusha, whose entire body was covered in scorch marks. You! Seuss said in shock. You! Ignoring Seuss, Alusha went directly in front of Lili, raised her head, and looked at Lili. Her cold voice sounded. I need your help. Chapter 1095. On a wide rocky road, an Arcanatech car was speeding forward at an extremely fast speed. Even though the road was full of potholes, the Arcanatech car's speed did not slow down at all. It was like an off-road race car, madly rushing forward. Yo-ho! In the driver's seat of the Arcanatech car, Naz, who was wearing a pair of goggles and acting like a complete submissive in Fairy Tale, seemed to have been injected with some highly effective stimulant. Not only did he not have a cowardly expression, but he also turned the steering wheel very wildly. His skills were quite superb. This scene made Noah, who was sitting in the back, twitch the corner of his eyes. Originally, Noah had thought that the biggest difference between Aslan's Naz and Edra's Naz was that one was daring and the other was timid and cowardly. Now it seemed that the most fundamental difference between the Naz of the two worlds was their adaptation to transportation. No matter what kind of transportation Aslan's Naz took, he would immediately get carsick. But Edra's Naz not only did not have carsick at all, it seemed that his adaptation to transportation was frighteningly strong. At least, Noah was frightened. Hey, are you scared? Lucy, who was sitting in the back with Noah, crossed her arms and had a thought-provoking look. Although I don't know what the Naz in Aslan's fairy tale is like, but here, although Naz is usually very timid and useless, once he gets in the car, his personality will completely become strong and excited. I can tell. Noah was speechless for a while. After a while, he sighed and propped his arm up. He looked at the scenery outside the window that was receding at an extremely fast speed and said casually, I can tell, actually, you didn't have to come with us. After repelling Alusa of Edra's, Noah originally thought that this would more or less give some confidence to Fairy Tale, who was terrified of the fairy hunt, but Noah didn't expect that Fairy Tale would be so confident. In fact, the fact that Elisha was defeated by Noah really made the sorcerers of fairy tale really excited. However, after the excitement, the group of magic shooters from fairy tale, who had calmed down, immediately panicked like ants on a hot pan. The reason was very simple. It was because the one who defeated Elisha was always Noah, and not the sorcerers of fairy tale of Edras. As for Noah, he would leave sooner or later. At that time, without the protection of Noah, the fairy tale of Edras would face the wrath of the royal army. It was easy to imagine what would happen to the fairy tale of Edras. Hence, after calming down, the entire fairy tale immediately busied themselves, assisting Lebi, to repair the magic machine with teleportation function, and moving it to another foothold. Noah, on the other hand, did not make any comments about this. After all, not to mention Edras' fairy tale, even in Aslan's fairy tale, there were only a few people who could compete with Elisha. In the face of such a threat, it was indeed necessary to move the base. However, after Fairy Tale had repaired the magic machine and started to discuss the matter of moving the base, Noah once again made a request to go to the royal capital. This time, the sorcerers of Fairy Tale looked at each other, recalling Noah's astonishing battle prowess. In the end, they did not say anything and nodded in agreement. However, Noah did not expect that Lucy would actually stand up and suggest to lead the way for Noah. At the same time, she also caught the cowardly Naz. "You just need to tell me how to get to the royal capital, don't you?" Noah said as if he was talking to himself. "Aren't you very afraid of the royal army? There's no need to come along, right? In this world, who isn't afraid of the royal army?" Lucy also supported her hand and looked out of the window. She and Noah seemed to be back to back, and her eyes flickered slightly. "If it's possible, I don't want to go to that city that's like hell to us. If you just want to go there for a vacation, we'll definitely give you a map without a second thought. But you're not just going there for a vacation, are you?" "So?" Noah said. "What's the reason for you to come along?" The one who answered Noah's question was not Lucy, but Naz. Lucy's intuition is very accurate. Holding the steering wheel, Naz, whose personality had completely become strong, grinned without turning his head. "You must think that you can definitely bring us a new future, so you want to come along to witness this moment, right?" "A new future?" Noah was silent for a moment, and then shrugged. "Even if I plan to do something that may completely change the situation of this world, maybe it's not a good thing for you. Isn't it a good thing?" Lucy laughed self-deprecatingly. "No matter what kind of future it is there a worse situation than hiding like a rat crossing the street?" Noah was speechless. Actually, everyone in the guild knows that if we keep hiding like this, sooner or later, Fairy Tale will still be destroyed like the Magic Guide Guild that was annihilated by the Royal Kingdom. Lucy said so in a rather distant voice. "So, even if you don't say it on the surface, everyone must be looking forward to what you can change, right?" "Unfortunately, all everyone can do is look forward to it." The smile on Naz's face slowly disappeared, and turned into a serious expression. "Everyone is still very afraid of the Royal Kingdom, and there's no way to take a step forward." "I don't want that," Lucy said directly and cast her gaze on Noah. "So, even if you can't do anything, I want to see what kind of changes you can bring to this world." From Lucy's words, Noah did hear a kind of persistence that was unwilling to give in. Presumably, Lucy has long wanted to change something through her own hands, right? It's just that she has never had such an opportunity. "What about you?" Noah turned his head and looked at Naz. "Why are you willing to give me a ride?" "Me?" Naz suddenly smiled. That smile was just like the Naz that Noah knew, full of arbitrary arrogance. "Don't get me wrong, although I also have expectations for you, it's not as big as Lucy's. I don't want to have a direct conflict with the Royal Kingdom, and I only came here because Lucy asked me to." If it weren't for the fact that his personality had completely changed after getting in the car, Naz wouldn't have said such a sentence so naturally and matter-of-factly. Instead, he would be crying like a coward, right? Just when Noah was about to say something, a flash of light suddenly exploded in front of the magic-driven car. Boom! An astonishing explosion suddenly appeared in front of the magic-driven car, setting off a strong flame. Naz quickly manipulated the steering wheel, making the magic-driven car turn a corner fiercely. It bypassed the astonishing explosion in a thrilling manner, and drove forward while bumping. Lucy was almost overturned to the ground. She grabbed the chair in an extremely embarrassing manner. After stabilizing her body, she spoke in bewilderment. What happened? Noah also grabbed the door handle of the car tightly. Instead of answering Lucy's words, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky through the window. Then, his face gradually took on a fierce look. A bunch of guys who can't learn a lesson. Hearing Noah's words, Lucy also looked at the sky through the window. And the scene in front of her eyes made this girl with a strong character couldn't help but be stunned. In the sky, there were many enormous figures flapping their wings. Surprisingly, it was the huge demonic beast that Alusha rode when she attacked Fairy Tale previously. Such demonic beasts almost covered half of the sky at this time, slowly surging in the direction of the magic-driven car. Chapter 1096. Then, how many magical beasts were flying in the sky? Even though it was impossible to count them all, half of the sky was filled with gigantic black silhouettes. It wasn't hard to imagine how many magical beasts there were. Almost every single one of these demonic beasts was larger than the average building. With such a huge number of magical beasts, if a war were to break out, they would be able to turn a city the size of the royal capital of Edras into ruins in a single day. That wasn't even taking into account the people on the backs of the magical beasts. Not only were those people fully equipped with equipment, they even held cannon-like weapons in their hands. Those were the magical weapons of Edras. Not good. Lucy and Naz cried out at the same time. That's the kingdom's magical forces. Even without Lucy and Naz's reminder, Noah knew what was going on. That was because Noah saw a familiar face on the back of one of the leading magical beasts. A head of crimson hair fluttered in the wind. Standing on the back of one of the magical beasts, Alusha looked down at the speeding magic carriage with a cold expression. Around it, there were 3 other magic beasts leading the group. There was also a person standing on each of the 3 magical beasts. There was a burly catman who looked like a human youth. There was a prideful youth. There was also a man dressed in pink full-body armor. Together with Alusa, the 4 of them stood side by side on the back of the 4 leading magic beasts. All of them cast their gazes towards the speeding magic chariot. Their lofty figures and the thousands of soldiers behind them caused Lucy and Naz's hearts to turn cold. As residents of Idras, how could Lucy and Naz not know who those 4 people were? Captain of the 1st Magical Legion of the Edras Army, Pensalalai. Captain of the 2nd Magical Legion of the Edras Army, Alusha Natwoka. Captain of the 3rd Magical Legion of the Edras Army, Shus. He was the leader of the 4th Magic Legion, Shugboy. In the Kingdom of Edras, the only forces allowed to use magic to arm themselves were the most elite forces of the kingdom, the Magicite Force. Such a legion was led by the 4 captains of the Kingdom of Edras. Now, the 4 captains of the magic war forces were all present. Behind him, there was an entire army and magical beasts armed to the teeth. Such a force was more than enough to wipe out the entirety of Edras. However, at this very moment, they were mobilized because of one person. Oi oi, please spare me. Seuss yelled as if he couldn't take it anymore. Almost a third of the kingdom's magical warfare forces have been mobilized. All 4 squad leaders are here as well. Alusha, don't tell me you're only here to capture the few people in the carriage, right? Even Lily turned to Alusha with a questioning look, not to mention Hugh. However, before Alusha could say anything, Shugboy spoke up. That's the person who easily defeated Alusha. Unlike Alusha, while Shugboy didn't face Noah directly, he hid in the shadows and witnessed the entire battle between Noah and Alusha. Naturally, Shugboy also saw how easily Noah defeated Alusha. Otherwise, how could Shugboy have decisively retreated the moment he was discovered? The reason was that he was scared out of his wits by Noah. Cut the crap. Alusha said coldly. Take him down. Lily and Shogboy looked at each other and nodded. Although Hugh still felt very disdainful, he still gave the order obediently. In the next moment, the soldiers of the demon war army riding on the back of the magical beasts raised the heavy cannons in their hands and aimed at the magic car below. Dense magic power gathered at the muzzles of the cannons. Are they planning to shoot us down directly? Lucy couldn't help but change her expression. What should we do? Although Nazi wasn't afraid, there was a trace of anxiety in his tone. I can't avoid all the cannons. Hearing that, Noah glanced at the flustered Lucy and Nazi and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. Just keep moving forward. After saying that, Noah didn't even give Lucy and Naz the time to react. He opened the car door, flipped over, and leaped onto the roof of the magic-powered car. He slowly stood up and raised his head to look at the sky above. At this moment, Noah and Elisha's eyes met. At the same time, their gazes turned ice-cold almost at the same time. Elisha looked at Noah coldly and raised her hand. Fire! As soon as his voice fell, the demonic beasts mounted on the back of the demonic beasts raised their heavy cannons and aimed at the demonic soldiers below and pulled the triggers of the heavy cannons in their hands. Bang! 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 The standard weapons of the magic forces of the Edra's royal army were similar to the magic cannons of Noya. They could only change the shape of the magic cannons and fire the lowest level of magic spells. However, compared to Noah's powerful magic cannons, the Edra's kingdom's demon war army's magic cannons were far too weak. In the next moment, around Noah's body, intricate diagrams appeared in the air one after another and gathered a shocking amount of mana. Whoosh! The magic formations that seemed to have been imprinted in the air began to vibrate one after another and let out flashes of light. Immediately after, huge beams of light shot out from the intricate magic arrays, soared into the sky, and flew straight into the air. Elisha, Lily, Shugboy and the rest of the Edra's kingdom's demon war army felt their vision being filled with blinding flashes of light. By the time their vision recovered, beams of light containing terrifying amounts of mana shot into the sky. Feeling the terrifying amount of mana contained within those beams of light, Elisha, Lily, and Shugboy's expressions changed. Then, the huge beams of light directly enveloped the incoming magic bullets, silently annihilating the overwhelming barrage of bullets. After that, the beams of light continued to shoot towards the magical beasts without slowing down in the slightest. Bang! 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 A series of shocking explosions rang out in the air. The cries of the magical beasts echoed throughout the sky along with the cries of the demon war army soldiers. Not long after, in the flames that filled the entire sky, the charred and smoking magical beasts fell to the ground one after another like kites with a broken string. As for the 4 famous captains of the Edra's kingdom's demon war army, they were also enveloped by the flames and disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the most elite of the Edra's kingdom's demon war army was completely wiped out. Even though it was only a third of them. The shock in Lucy and Naz's hearts had long overwhelmed them completely. On the roof of the Arcanatech carriage, Noah looked at the flames coldly before he flipped back into the carriage and calmly said, "Let's continue forward." Lucy and Naz looked at each other in silence. The only thing that could be heard was the heavy silence as the Arcanatech carriage continued its journey towards the royal capital. At the same time, a magical beast flew out from the flames that filled the entire sky while emitting smoke. It was in an extremely sorry state. On the back of that magical beast were 4 people. Apart from Elisha, Lily, and Shugboy, who else could it be? Monster! Shus cried out in fear. That's a monster. Unfortunately, the monster that Theseus was talking about was slowly approaching a bustling city as the magic-powered car drove on. Don't even think about leaving. Elisha's furious roar rang out as she ordered the magical beast to give chase. Chapter 1097. In actuality, Elisha had long known that Noah would definitely come to the royal capital. That was why she, Shus and Shugboy, brought a third of the magical forces to guard the entrance to the royal capital. As for why Elisha knew that Noah would definitely go to the royal capital, the reason was simple. Elisha didn't know that Noah came from Aslan. However, in Edras, as long as one wasn't a citizen of the royal capital, one wouldn't be affected by Faust's tyranny and suffer. And since Noah had the power to easily defeat the second magical force's captain, he would definitely resist and head to the royal capital. That was what Elisha thought. Naturally, Noah, who hadn't experienced Faust's tyranny, wouldn't want to resist and head to the royal capital for that reason. However, even if that wasn't the case, Noah had his own reasons for wanting to head to the royal capital. That was why, while Elisha's guess couldn't have been more wrong, the result was still spot on. That was why Elisha waited for Noah's arrival. Since the 4 captains of the Edras royal army had been mobilized, there was no way the royal capital wouldn't be on high alert. With that in mind, when the enchanted carriage carrying Noah, Lucy, and Naz finally arrived in front of the imperial city, they saw groups of royal army patrolling the city gates and walls of the imperial city. However, Noah didn't care about those soldiers in the slightest. After disembarking from the magic drive, Noah's first reaction was to look at the sky above the royal capital. There was a huge island floating directly above the capital city. It was like a sun without any heat or light, giving people a feeling of awe from the bottom of their hearts. Noah, on the other hand, didn't feel much awe. However, when he looked at the gigantic island and thought of the queen who called herself a god, Noah's dark eyes slowly narrowed. According to Mishgang, in order to obtain eternal mana, the Queen of Transcendence, who called herself a god, proposed to the king of the kingdom of Edras to use the spatial magic anima to absorb mana from the world of Aslan. In fact, the reason that anima was targeted at Magnoria and Aslan's fairy tale was also the queen's idea. In other words, the Queen of the Transcendence, who thought she was an angel, was the main culprit behind Edras' invasion of Aslan. As for the king of Edras, he was an accomplice through and through. In order to obtain eternal mana, he willingly became the queen's accomplice. To Noah, both the king of the Edras kingdom and the queen of the Surpasser race were his targets. Once he thought about how Aslante's fairy tale would be destroyed in the hands of those two people, Noah couldn't help but feel a burst of ruthlessness rising in his heart. It's impolite not to reciprocate. That's why I'm here. Looking at Noah's back, Lucy and Naz in the magic-powered carriage fell silent. Because what happened next was no longer something they could interfere in. And so, Noah slowly made his way towards the royal capital under the gazes of Naz and Lucy. At the same time, Hermes' boots shook beneath Noah's feet, causing Noah's body to float up into the air. Under such circumstances, Noah seemed to be walking on invisible stairs as he slowly made his way towards the skies of the royal capital. Unlike the other cities of Edras, the royal capital of Edras was like a large-scale entertainment venue. Not only were there amusement parks everywhere, there were even many entertainment facilities on both sides of the streets. Here, the people were laughing and chatting as if they were celebrating somewhere. Smiles were plastered all over their faces. However, this smile was obtained by sacrificing the smiles of others. The citizens of the royal capital knew that this was the only place in Edras where they could use mana as usual. Some could even use it extravagantly. Yet, they still accepted it as it was. Very few would think about how much they had to sacrifice for the happiness of others in order to enjoy what they had now. It wasn't because the citizens of the royal capital were scum who deserved to be slaughtered. That was just the bad habit of humans. Even if the people who lived in the cities with sufficient water knew that the people who lived far away in the desert were short of water, how many of them could really cherish the water source? Similarly, even if the citizens of the royal capital knew how much the citizens of other places yearned for the blessings of mana, how many of them would truly cherish it? If they didn't experience it themselves, they would never be able to understand the pain of others. Thus, to the citizens of the royal capital, everything that happened next was like hell. Look. At first, it was only because someone had accidentally seen something and pointed to the sky in shock. What is that? Amidst that cry of shock, many people raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, one by one, they were shocked. From the huge island floating above the imperial city, a group of black figures suddenly flew down, sweeping across the sky and swiftly flying in the direction of the imperial palace. It was a group of cats. It was a group of cats with pure white wings that stood on their hind legs like humans. Seeing such a group of cats flying over, the residents on the street were all shocked. Surpassers! It's the surpassers! It's the angels! Without any hesitation, the citizens of the royal capital all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. As for the army of surpassers, they came to the square of the palace and looked down from above. Leading them was a surpasser who looked like a Garfield cat. If Noah was here, he would definitely be shocked. This surpasser's face was exactly the same as Iyez. And this surpasser did indeed have a name that made people ridicule him. Two knights. King of the humans. Two knights shouted towards the palace below. Hurry up and come out to pay your respects. As soon as the voice fell, Faust, who was dressed in splendid attire, immediately walked out of the palace. Under the protection of a large number of soldiers, he looked at the army of surpassers high above and could only obediently lower his head. The great surpassers, the king of humans is here to pay his respects. Ahem. Two knights coughed dryly and said solemnly. We are here to announce the Queen's decree. God's decree. Faust was shocked. Listen well, King of humans. Two knights said with a serious face. We, the Supreme Queen, foresee the destruction of humans. That one sentence made everyone, led by Faust, dumbfounded. What did two knights just say? The destruction of humans? The destruction of the human race? Faust looked at two knights in bewilderment. That's right. Two knights pulled out the sword at his waist and pointed it at Faust. The humans of Edras will be destroyed by an outsider from Aslan. This is what the Queen has explained to us. Wah! What? Faust was shocked again. You're saying that someone from Aslan has come to Edras? This is the Queen's decree, it can't be wrong. Two knights looked at Faust closely. For the sake of the humans of Edras, we, the Supreme Queen, have ordered that you must kill that intruder from Aslan. Kill that human named Noah Dole. Faust's grip on his scepter slowly tightened, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. In fact, as the king of Edras, Faust had long since harbored evil intentions towards the surpassers who ruled over the entire human race. However, it was undeniable that up until now, every decree of the Queen was like a prophecy. Not a single one of them was false. Therefore, although Faust wasn't completely convinced by two knights' words, he at least listened. Faust raised his head and looked at two knights with the thought that he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. May I ask where that Noah Dole is? When these words left Faust's mouth and reverberated in the surroundings, a voice that seemed like a smile that wasn't a smile suddenly sounded. Are you looking for me? Chapter 1098. Are you looking for me? When a voice that sounded like a laugh that was not a laugh reverberated throughout the square of the palace, whether it was the surpassers or the royal army that followed the king's lead, all of them were startled and looked towards the source of the voice. In the next second, everyone saw it. A person hovered in the air, a pair of pitch-black eyes looking straight down. He glanced at the surpasser, and then at Faust, who was at the forefront of the royal army. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Faust couldn't help but take a step back from the chilly glint in his eyes. He was annoyed that he was afraid of someone of unknown origin, and he shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? Who are you?" As soon as the voice rang out, the surpassers reacted. Foolish human. The second knight seemed to be very angry. Tell me your name. Noah glanced at the second knight. Although he was surprised that the second knight looked exactly the same as the first knight, he had seen many people who looked exactly like Aslan in Edras and was already used to it. Ignoring the second knight, Noah looked directly at Faust. Are you the king of Edras? This sentence caused Faust's eyes to widen. In Edras, who did not know the king? Unless this person was not from Edras. You. Faust said in shock. Are you the person from Astra? Hearing Faust's words, the surpassing transcendents, who were furious at being ignored by Noah, were all surprised. I see. The second knight's face was tense as he looked directly at Noah. Are you the Noah Doria that Her Majesty mentioned? Hearing this, Noah frowned. How do you know my name? Humph. The second knight seemed to be mocking Noah's ignorance. He pointed the sword in his hand at Noah and loudly declared. We, the Supreme Queen, are the gods of this world. There is nothing we do not know. Gods. Noah seemed to have heard something funny. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What a coincidence, I am a God-slayer. As soon as he finished speaking. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of violent magic burst out from Noah's body like a stormy sea. It turned into a substantial shockwave that shook in all directions. Boom 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 boom. The shockwave made of pure magic swept across the surpassers flying in the sky. It was as if they had been hit by something heavy, and their bodies were sent flying by the shockwave. Including the second knight. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed surpassers flying in the sky were all sent flying. They either smashed into the ground below or smashed into a wall not far away. They fell to the ground with a pained expression on their faces. You. The second knight, who was also sent flying to the ground, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Noah in disbelief. A mere human dares to attack surpassers. As for the royal army led by Faust, they were also shocked by Noah's attack on surpassers. Faust was the only one who was shocked. He looked at the violent magic swirling around Noah's body like a substantial wave, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? What a huge amount of magic. Does the people of Astra all have magic of this level in their bodies? After the shock, Faust's eyes began to flash with greed and ecstasy. Good. Very good. This person is mine. Faust had taken a fancy to Noah. No. More accurately, he had taken a fancy to Noah's magic. Go. Go. At once, Faust barked at the royal army around him without hesitation. Take him down. Remember. You must capture him alive. The royal army, who had been awakened by Faust's order, finally reacted. Since they were able to stand by Faust's side, it was only natural that the royal army was equipped with magic as well. Thus, under Faust's orders, the soldiers of the magic army set up their magic cannons and aimed them at Noah. Noah also noticed the greed and ecstasy in Faust's eyes. After understanding Faust's thoughts, Noah laughed. It was a laugh that pierced through one's heart. Do you really want magic that much? One by one, beautiful magic formations suddenly fluctuated in the space around Noah, absorbing the seemingly substantial magic waves that were hovering around Noah. They flowed into them, turning into pure magic light that gradually shone. In that case, I'll give you what you want the most in the most direct way. You have to take it well, Your Majesty. The terrifying magic fluctuations from the sky caused Faust's heart to suddenly shrink, and an expression of horror appeared on his face. Just as the magic in the magic formations was about to turn into light beams and envelop the palace below, a cold, angry shout rang out from the other side of the sky. Don't even think about it. Accompanied by such an angry and cold shout, a huge black shadow suddenly swept over Noah's head. Immediately after, a figure jumped down from the huge black shadow and landed in Noah's direction, following the direction of gravity and the whistling of the wind. Supersonic spear. Rich magic power surged from the cold iron spear in the figure's hand, causing the steel spear to emit a dazzling light. Then, its entire appearance changed. Whoosh! Without any warning, the tip of the spear that had changed its appearance vibrated with an extreme impact force, causing the spear to completely turn into a dazzling meteor. It pierced through the sky at an astonishing speed and violently pierced towards Noah's direction. Clang! The crisp sound of steel colliding with steel spread out in the air like a sound wave. The loud sound of the collision caused many people's eardrums to hurt slightly, and they could not help but cover their ears. Under such circumstances, the two figures that had collided fiercely in mid-air shot straight down. In the end, they crashed heavily into the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. After a while, Elisha retreated from the thick cloud of dust with her spear in hand. She tapped the ground a few times with the tip of her foot before coming to a stop. Her cold gaze shot into the thick cloud of dust like a lethal arrow. At the same time, the gigantic magic beast in the air also landed. On top of it, Lili, Shus, and Shugboy jumped down one after another and landed around Faust, protecting him behind them. Seeing Elisha, Lili, Shus, and Shus appear, Faust breathed a sigh of relief. In terms of battle prowess, the four captains of the Edra's army were without a doubt the strongest in the kingdom. With the protection of the four captains, there should be no problem. At the very least, that was what Faust thought. After calming down, Faust began to worry about Noah. "You won't kill him, will you?" Faust yelled. "You're not allowed to kill him. Capture him alive." Hearing Faust's words, Elisha furrowed her brow. Capture him alive? Elisha had already been defeated by Noah once, which proved that he was no weaker than Elisha in terms of battle prowess. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult to capture him alive. Capture him alive? A mocking voice rang out from within the thick cloud of dust. That's right. Only by capturing you alive can the people of this world see how useless the so-called king is. Perhaps, only then will you know what kind of place you've reached your hands into. As those words were spoken, a silhouette walked out from the thick cloud of dust. In his hand, the resplendent golden sacred sword shone with a blinding light that illuminated the entire area. Seeing the silhouette walk out of the cloud of dust, the expressions of those present were all different. Shus and Shus were filled with fear. Lili's expression was solemn. Elisha's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 1099. Whoosh! The inconceivably vast surging manna was like a miniature tornado with Noah as the center, constantly rotating in the center of the square of the palace, filling the entire space with an indescribable pressure that suppressed the hearts of everyone present. Elisha stared coldly at Noah, who seemed to have transformed into the eye of a typhoon, with her palms drenched in sweat. Even so, Elisha still gripped the spear of 10 abstinences tightly and whipped it out. With a spin, the black shadow of the spear tore through the air, bringing with it a powerful gust of wind that blew away some of the pebbles on the ground. The tip of the spear was pointed at the ground as dense manna surged out of Elisha's weapon. However, compared to Noah's manna, which was so dense that it was almost tangible, the amount of manna stored in Elisha's weapon was pitifully low. Faust's gaze towards Noah only grew more and more heated and greedy. Elisha, Lili, Shus, and Shugboy's expressions also grew more and more solemn. Shus and Shus' faces even stiffened up. What's wrong? Noah's gaze swept past Elisha, Lili, Shus, and Shus as he coldly laughed. You're not going to attack? Seeing how easily Noah handled the situation, let alone Elisha and Lili, even Shus and Shus couldn't help but feel a sense of anger. At this point, Elisha and the rest understood how terrifying Noah was. However, whether it was Elisha, Lili, Seuss, or Shogboy, they all understood one thing. If they didn't take Noah down, there would be no way for them to settle this peacefully. That was why they had no choice but to fight to the end. Understanding this, Lili stepped forward. With a flip of his hand, he pulled out a large sword from under his cloak. Although Seuss and Shugboy were a little fearful of Noah, when they saw Elisha and Lili stand out, they immediately clenched their teeth. One of them unsheathed a sword from his waist, while the other pulled out a magic wand from his bosom. In the next moment, with Elisha taking the lead, waves of mana began to surge out of the magical weapons in the hands of the four captains of the demonic battle troops, causing waves of powerful aura to rise continuously. They firmly locked onto Noah, causing the atmosphere to become increasingly tense. Gulp! Within the army that surrounded the plaza, someone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, that voice, which was originally not very clear, was like a huge rock being thrown into a calm lake, causing the entire hostile atmosphere to explode in an instant. Do it! At almost the same time, Alusha and Lily yelled out. The moment the shout fell, the long spear in Alusha's hand suddenly shook with a strong force. She stomped her foot on the ground fiercely. With a bang, she turned into a stream of light and shot straight in the direction of Noah. The moment Alusha moved, Lily, Shus, and Shus followed suit and charged towards Noah's direction alongside Alusha. With a wave of the magic weapons in their hands, the sharp sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The weapons of the 4 captains of the Edra's royal army all transformed into powerful flashes that tore through the air and headed towards Noah. Looking at the 4 flashes of light that shot towards him, Noah's hand trembled slightly. In his hand, the Excalibur was a golden holy sword, and a circle of resplendent light was circulating around the blade. Whoosh! In the next moment, the radiant holy sword trembled as the tip of the sword pierced out, leaving a trail of sword afterimages in its wake as it collided with the 4 flashes of light. Bang! The 4 sharp beams of chi were instantly dispersed by a muffled sound that rang out in unison. However, in the next moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared around Noah and surrounded him. Vacuum spear. The spear in Alusha's hand once again changed its shape in a burst of light, bringing along a wave of chaotic airflow. It tore through the air and turned into a dazzling light. In an instant, it tyrannically plundered the air around Noah, stirring up a terrifying shock wave, and fiercely pierced towards Noah. Mother of Destroyers. The giant sword in the hand of Lily, who was standing beside Noah, trembled violently. His entire body suddenly expanded and turned into a huge heavy sword. Amidst the whistling wind, he slashed down with a heavy force. Command wand. Zeus, on the other hand, was a distance away from Noah. He waved the magic wand in his hand forcefully, and the ribbons around the square that looked like the decorations of some entertainment facility moved. They were like sharp spears that streaked across the air and shot straight at Noah, surrounding the space on his side. Sword of Rose. Shockboy forcefully inserted the magical weapon in his hand into the ground. A strange magical wave reverberated on the ground, causing the ground of the square to violently fluctuate and roll. It was like a tornado made of mud, rubbing against the air as it mercilessly rushed towards Noah. The merciless attacks from 4 directions completely sealed off all of Noah's escape routes. With great momentum, they violently bombarded Noah's location. The 4 attacks caused the air to be completely annihilated. The space seemed to be slightly distorted, and the ground trembled repeatedly, causing ear-piercing buzzing sounds that resounded throughout the sky. However, in the face of those 4 powerful attacks, Noah, who was originally standing still in the center of the battlefield, finally moved. Clang! A dazzling sword light appeared without any warning amidst the crisp sword cry. At this moment, everyone only felt that the whole world seemed to have darkened. The dazzling sword light was like a full moon, bringing along a cold and beautiful moon arc as it slashed towards the surroundings. Absolute Sword Technique. Form 3 Shadow Moon Dance. The sword light that transformed into a full moon swelled around Noah, welcoming the incoming storm of spears, pitch-black greatswords, sharp ribbons, and turbid mud flow. Clang! In an instant, the long spear that carried a shocking storm and the huge sword that carried a terrifying strength were bounced off. Puchi! The ribbons that had transformed into sharp spears were cleanly torn apart with a tearing sound. Dong! The mighty mud flow was cut into 2 halves and exploded. Bam! In an instant, the 4 captains of the Edra's army that were attacking Noah were sent flying by the explosive force of the beautiful moon arc. In the end, Noah defeated the strongest force of Edra's in a single strike. That was the difference between them. Furthermore, it was under the condition that the absolute sword technique's true power wasn't unleashed. After all, the absolute sword technique was a sword dance technique. Only by using divine might in conjunction with the elven device could it unleash its true power. At that moment, while the Excalibur in Noah's hand was an A++ ranked treasure, Noah didn't use divine might. Additionally, the Excalibur wasn't an elven device, so there was no way it could unleash the full power of the absolute sword technique. Even so, Noah was still able to mimic the absolute sword technique's moves and rely on his LV-4 ability to send the 4 captains of the Edra's army flying in an instant. After that, Noah spun around and charged towards Shus and Shugboy. As their expressions changed, he gave them a heavy kick on their chests. Bam! Another dull thud rang out as the captains of the 3rd and 4th Magic War Legions were sent flying like kites with their strings cut before crashing heavily into the walls of the building. Chapter 1100. Poochie. Seuss and Shugboy both spat out mouthfuls of blood as they slammed into the wall. Their bodies softly slid down to the ground, no longer able to get up. Seuss. Shugboy. Seeing Seuss and Shugboy, who were both captains of the Devil Army, being defeated in an instant, Elusha and Lily's hearts trembled. That's it. Noah turned around and cast his gaze on Elusa and Lily, whose expressions had changed abruptly, and spoke faintly. It seems that these 2 captains of the Devil Army are different from you. This point could be seen from the magic weapons used by Seuss and Shugboy. Seuss's command wand seemed to be able to give life to inanimate objects and control them. Shugboy's rose sword was able to soften everything it touched. It was also a magic that could only be used against inanimate objects. These 2 people's magic was the type of magic that was used by manipulating existing objects. Apart from the magic, there was nothing special about them. That is to say, Seuss and Shugboy were only relying on the power of their magic weapons to fight. On the other hand, although Elusa's spear of 10 precepts had 10 forms and 10 effects, each of them could only be unleashed when Elusa was the one controlling them. As for Lily's Mother of Destroyer, it was even simpler. It was only a magic weapon that could freely change its shape. Both of them used close combat magic and magic weapons. If they didn't have a certain level of fighting ability, how could they use such magic weapons? On the other hand, Seuss and Shugboy's magic weapons relied on pure magic effects. They relied too much on the power of items. Once the items were no longer effective, they could be dealt with in minutes. Only you 2 are a bit interesting. In front of Elusha and Lily, Noah raised the Excalibur in his hand and pointed it at the stiff-faced Faust. He spoke indifferently to Elusha and Lily, so, you 2 have to work hard and see if you can defeat me. Otherwise, I don't need to say what will happen to the king you are loyal to. You should understand, right? These words made Faust's face turn furious, while Elusa and Lily's faces darkened at the same time. In the next second, Elusha and Lily's figures suddenly trembled and turned into 2 indistinct shadows, separating from each other. In the end, they formed a rather strange arc, as if they had purposely made 2 large circles, one on the left and one on the right, towards Noah. Sonic Spear. The long spear in Elusha's hand suddenly changed shape. The magic surging on it caused Elusha's speed to suddenly increase dramatically. As her figure flashed, the sharp sound of the air breaking was incessant. Even if it was not the true speed of sound, it was indescribably fast. Obviously, the so-called sonic spear was a magic that could increase the speed of movement and attack by several times. As for Lily, it was even simpler. A pair of pure white wings unfolded on his back. With a flap of his wings, his speed increased to a level comparable to Elusha's. Glancing at the 2 indistinct shadows rushing towards him, Noah's eyes flashed, but his body did not move an inch. After a short moment, a stab and a slash suddenly arrived, causing the sharp energy to tear through the air with ear-piercing sounds. One on the left and one on the right, they fiercely attacked Noah. One on the left and one on the right, 2 completely opposite directions. It was destined that if Noah intended to defend, he would only be able to defend against one of them, while the other would inevitably hit him. Unfortunately, even the attacks launched by Elusha, Lily, Seuss, and Shugboy from 4 directions had been neutralized by Noah, not to mention the attacks from 2 directions. Thus, under the countless gazes of the surrounding devil army, until Elusha's fierce stab and Lily's sharp slash gradually arrived, the Excalibur in Noah's hand shook. Clang! Amidst the crisp sword cry, 2 sword lights suddenly flashed at the same time, shooting out and heavily colliding with the long spear in Elusha's hand and the huge sword in Lily's hand. Clang! Amidst the simultaneous sounds of collision, a terrifying force that seemed to have materialized gushed out from the two sword lights. Bang! A low muffled sound rang out in the field. The astonishing force from the two sword lights gushed out like a flood, directly causing Alusha and Lily's figures to explosively retreat by nearly a dozen steps. Every step left a deep mark on the ground. In terms of physical strength, Lily seemed to be much stronger than Alusha. After a short while, he stabilized his body, but when he felt the numbness in his sword-wielding hand, his heart was somewhat shocked. This guy, what a terrifying strength! Just as this thought flashed across Lily's mind, a voice that seemed to laugh faintly sounded beside him. It's not just strength. All the hair on Lily's body suddenly stood up in an instant. Beside Lily, a figure seemed to have shuttled through the cracks in space and suddenly appeared. Lily, who felt a chill in his heart, almost subconsciously grabbed the huge sword in his hand. With a whistling gust of wind, he viciously slashed at the figure beside him. Clang! The golden holy sword and the pitch-black huge sword were like needles against each other as they collided with each other, giving rise to the sound of metal clashing against metal. However, those with discerning eyes could see that Noah's skill was definitely superior. As for why, at this moment, the tip of the golden holy sword in Noah's hand actually pointed at the huge sword that Lily had slashed horizontally, blocking it. That was not a flat blade, but a straight line of the blade. Noah was actually able to use the tip of his sword to precisely point at the straight sword edge. His eyesight was strong, and his skill was simply unimaginable. However, a fierce light appeared in Lily's eyes. He actually abandoned the sword in his hand and with a fierce aura, he pounced in front of Noah. In the next moment, Lily stretched out both hands and under Noah's astonished expression, he firmly grabbed Noah's shoulders. Then, Lily let out a low roar. Now is the time. Following Lily's low roar, Noah felt it. A figure instantly flashed behind Noah. Let me show you the strongest form of my Spear of 10 Precepts. The magical weapon in Alusha's hand emitted a shocking light, turning into an extremely gorgeous ceremonial spear. Holy Spear. Holy Stone World. On the gorgeous ceremonial spear, a bright light surged, causing the air around the spear body to become completely chaotic. It was like a meteor that contained a terrifying power, but also like a meteorite that directly struck out. Amidst the incessant sound of wind, it violently blasted in the direction of Noah. The terrifying power caused a shocking loud sound. At this moment, an extremely violent shock wave mixed with a blinding light, like an exploding star, shook the square of the palace, setting off layers of terrifying wind and waves that swept in all directions. The soldiers of the royal army's Devil Army, who were originally quite a distance away, could not even react in time and were directly blown away by the terrifying wind and waves. Faust, who was protected by a group of soldiers, was not spared either. He was cleanly blasted out and crashed onto the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. As for the center of the field, it had already been enveloped by a light wave that seemed to have materialized. It was as if a white sun had directly hit the ground, setting off bursts of violent winds and waves. It stirred up layers of terrifying impacts, causing the ground to crack and explode one by one. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time. At least, Faust felt as if a long time had passed before the violent shock waves and waves that were spreading out gradually weakened, and the strong light that filled the center of the square also slowly dimmed. With such a terrifying attack, coupled with Lily's reckless self-sacrifice, Faust did not believe that he could not take down Noah. However, the scene that appeared in front of Faust finally caused him to be completely stunned. Chapter 1101. The violent wind and dazzling light gradually subsided, causing the entire square of the palace, which seemed to be shaking the heavens and earth a second ago, to slowly return to its calm state. If it weren't for the fact that the ground was already riddled with holes and the surrounding demon army soldiers were lying on the ground moaning and groaning, and there was even a huge crater at the center of the impact, no one would believe that such a terrifying thing had just happened. However, this was not something that Faust was concerned about. At this moment, the king of Edras was staring at the center of the huge crater with a blank expression. He saw that there was a spot in the center of the huge crater that was completely undamaged. There were 3 people standing on that spot. And these 3 people's performances were completely different. Noah, who was tightly held by Lily by the shoulder, had a calm expression on his face. Lily, who was tightly holding onto Noah's shoulder, had a look of shock on his face. As for Elisha, who was still standing behind Noah and maintaining the most powerful spear of the holy stone, she stared straight ahead. Her delicate face was slightly pale as she spat out word by word. Can't do, not to mention Elisha, even Lily and Faust couldn't believe that Noah was completely unscathed under that terrifying attack. Not even a single strand of hair fell. As for the cause of this, it was a shield. It was a shield that was completely black like obsidian, with a banshee head full of snake-like hair engraved on the front. On the head, there was a pair of snake-like eyes that flickered with a scarlet luster. If a knowledgeable person were to see this shield, they would immediately recognize its origin. That was because this shield was the same as the Excalibur. Once it was exposed, it would be impossible to hide its real name from the public. Aegis. In Greek mythology, this was a shield known as a divine shield. However, in Greek mythology, the Aegis shield had 2 sides. One side was owned by Zeus, the king of the gods in Greek mythology. Thus, it was also known as the Aegis shield. The other side was owned by Athena, the goddess of wisdom in Greek mythology. It was said that these 2 shields were made by Hephaestus, the god of fire, who was also known as the god of forging, using the fur of a sheep that had once provided milk to Zeus in myths. Although they were made of sheepskin, the 2 shields contained an astonishing amount of power. It was said that the Aegis of Zeus could not even cause the slightest bit of damage to it. Moreover, as long as it was lightly waved, the shield could create a storm. If it was placed in the sky, it would even darken the sky. And when Zeus picked it up, the sky would clear up. As for Athena's Aegis, it was fused with the head of the snake demon Medusa that was chopped off by Perseus. Anyone who was looked at by the eyes of the snake demon Medusa on the shield would be turned into stone. At this point, the body of the shield that blocked Elusa's final blow was already on the verge of being revealed. It was the Aegis of the goddess of wisdom, Athena. At this moment, this divine shield, whose reputation was not inferior to the Excalibur, was floating in the air behind Noah, blocking Elisha's spear of the sacred stone. When Lili sacrificed himself to capture Noah, Elisha released her strongest attack on the restricted Noah. Astonishingly, this shield appeared out of nowhere and completely blocked Elisha's strongest attack. Ignoring Elisha and Lili's shock, Noah acted as if nothing had happened and closed his eyes. To be able to force me to take out this shield, you should be proud. As soon as he finished speaking, golden ripples suddenly appeared around the Aegis. Within the ripples, silver chains with different shapes at the tip and flowing with golden light burst out like long whips. With Noah as the center, they crazily danced. Bang! Elisha and Lili, who were completely unable to react, were ruthlessly smashed by the crazily dancing silver chains. In a neat muffled sound, they were both sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Their bodies rubbed against the ground for quite a distance. Goo, ugh, Elisha and Lili, who had no means of defense, let out a muffled groan. After falling to the ground, their bodies trembled, but they could not stand up no matter how hard they tried. At this moment, the silver chains and the pitch-black shield turned into a burst of light particles and dissipated in the air, returning to their owner's treasury, including the Excalibur in Noah's hand. At this point, in the entire palace square, apart from Noah, no one could stand like they had at the beginning. Whether it was the surpassers who were blown away by Noah at the beginning, the Devil Army members who were affected by the aftermath of Elisha's strongest attack, or the 4 captains, all of them were scattered all over the ground. Noah stood in the middle of the messy field that was full of people and cats. There were potholes everywhere, and there was a huge hole in the middle. Noah stood in the only undamaged spot, looked around, and then cast his gaze on Faust. Faust, who was paralyzed on the ground, suddenly trembled, and a somewhat fearful expression finally appeared on his aged face. Under Faust's gaze, Noah lifted his feet and walked towards him step by step. Suddenly, Faust seemed to be stimulated by something. He moved his butt and followed Noah as he walked and retreated. His voice trembled as he muttered absent-mindedly. Don't come over. Don't come over." Noah acted as if he did not hear anything. He stared at Faust and continued to walk towards him. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Faust's voice finally raised. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" After saying that, Faust suddenly raised the scepter in his hand. Wang! The tip of the scepter that Faust raised suddenly bloomed with a strong light. Immediately after, Faust's scepter shot out a bolt of lightning, which cut through the air and landed directly on Noah's body. Bang! An explosion sounded, and a burst of dense fire and smoke spread out, shrouding Noah's position. Seeing this, Faust's face was filled with joy, but the next second, he immediately froze. Within the dense fire and smoke, Noah's figure continued to walk out, unscathed. Even his expression did not change in the slightest. Ah! Faust madly waved the scepter in his hand again and again, causing streaks of lightning to turn into gorgeous flashes that enveloped Noah's body. Bang 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 bang. All of a sudden, continuous explosions sounded one after another. Bursts of flames and smoke also vibrated from Noah's body one after another. However, Noah still acted as if he did not feel anything. He ignored the bolts of lightning that shot towards him, withstanding them as he walked towards Faust. If it was Alusha, Lily, Seuss, or even Shogboy's magic that did not directly affect Noah's body, then so be it. A direct magic attack like Faust's would not have any effect in front of Noah's curse resistance. Therefore, when Noah arrived in front of Faust, the mana stored in Faust's scepter had already been exhausted, but it did not even mess up Noah's clothes. Then, under Faust's horrified expression, Noah suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Faust's collar, and lifted him up. "When I think about how you almost threatened my companions, I feel like vomiting." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful fist suddenly landed on Faust's face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Faust screamed as he was sent flying by Noah's punch. He smashed into the ground not far away, and after twitching a few times, he could no longer move. Chapter 1102. Bam! When Noah's fist landed heavily on King Edras's face and sent him flying with a single punch, those who still had some semblance of consciousness began to tremble in fear. Looking at the ruined plaza and the scattered humans and surpassers who couldn't get up, even the second knight's face turned pale. The extinction of humanity, wasn't it? The nightmarish scene in front of him was like the first act that symbolized the destruction of mankind, wasn't it? Of course, that was an exaggeration. It was impossible for Noah to destroy the humans of Edras for no reason, and it was even more impossible for him to slaughter all the humans of Edras for no reason. Noah only had two goals for his trip to Edras. First, to find the culprit behind the Anima attack on Magnolia and settle the score. Second, to completely eliminate the threat of the Anima to Aslan. Apart from that, there was no third goal. Unfortunately, the second knight didn't know what Noah was thinking and believed in the orders of the Queen of Surpassers. All of this was just the beginning of the extinction of humanity. Putting aside the fact that two knights had been accused of something that didn't exist for no reason, his objective was to uncover the king of Edras and get rid of the royal army that was aiding him. To Noah, this was only the beginning of his journey to Edras. After all, Noah still had to find the magical device of the Anima and destroy it. He also had to settle the score with the Queen of Surpassers. Furthermore, if he only destroyed the magical device of the Anima, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be a second Anima in this world. In order to prevent the Anima from becoming a threat to the guild and his companions, Noah and Mr. Gang had already discussed a countermeasure before coming to Edras. A countermeasure that could change the world. That was why this was just the beginning. Looking at Faust, who had completely fainted, Noah turned around and immediately planned to leave. However, at that moment, a voice squeezed out with great difficulty. "It's not over yet." Hearing this voice, Noah narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the source of the voice. There, Elisha used the spear of the 10 Commandments to support her body. She stood up with great difficulty and stared at Noah. "I haven't lost yet." This scene was very similar to when Noah defeated Elisha. "I can't lose." Elisha gritted her teeth so hard that blood flowed out of her gums. She struggled to support her body and raised the magical weapon in her hand, aiming it at Noah. "I can't lose." After saying that, Elisha stomped on the ground and charged towards Noah. The spear of the 10 Commandments in her hand turned into a ray of light and violently pierced towards Noah's head. However, in the face of this fierce attack, Noah tilted his head slightly. Swoosh! The sharp tip of the spear brushed past Noah's cheek and stabbed into the air. Elisha, who had used all her strength to stab with the spear, was already exposed. As long as Noah threw a punch that was neither too light nor too heavy, then that punch would definitely hit Elisha and make her unable to stand up again, right? However, Noah didn't move. He looked at Elisha's face and said coldly, "You've already lost." It was the same as when he defeated Elisha. This time, Noah said the same thing. And it was this sentence that made Elisha go crazy. "I didn't lose." As if she didn't care about her injured body, Elisha shouted crazily. "For the eternal magic. I can't lose." After saying that, the spear of the 10 Commandments in Elisha's hand turned into a series of spear shadows and continuously shot towards Noah's direction. In the face of the continuous thrusts, Noah's expression didn't change in the slightest. He just gently moved his feet, and like a piece of paper, he dodged Elisha's crazy thrusts one by one. On the other hand, Elisha was still roaring madly while thrusting forward like a madman. "How can I lose? If I lose, this world will completely lose its magic. How can I lose? How can I lose?" This sentence, rather than saying it to Noah, it was more like Elisha was saying it to herself. Relying on this determination, Elisha was able to squeeze out the energy that she shouldn't have left and crazily attacked Noah. As a person of Aslan, you enjoy things that we don't have. How can you understand our despair? How can you understand our fear? How can you understand our uneasiness? Whether it was in Aslan or Edras, magic was a part of civilization. People used magic to make fires and cook. People used magic to transport themselves. People used magic to communicate. People used magic to do their work. To the people of Aslan and Edras, magic could be said to be something that they relied on for survival. And these magic, if they wanted to activate it, all required magic. Without magic, it would be like modern humans without electricity and steam. The entire society would return to ancient times. Who wouldn't feel uneasy? Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid? Gazing at Noah's indifferent expression, Elisha gritted her teeth and finally yelled out, "You're right. Once the magic is exhausted, this world will be destroyed." This sentence finally made Noah react. Once the magic is exhausted, the world will be destroyed. Raising his head fiercely, looking at the crazy Elisha, Noah's face was filled with extreme anger. "Stop joking." Dodging the incoming spear, Noah clenched his fist and punched out. Peng dash. The heavy punch landed on Elisha's abdomen without any deviation, making Elisha's body bow. At the same time, Noah raised his knee and heavily hit Elisha's chin, making Elisha groan and her whole body float in the air. "That's right. I don't know how desperate, fearful, and uneasy humans will be if the magic of this world is exhausted. But I understand the world better than any of you." When Elisha was floating in the air, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Elisha's collar, fiercely dragging Elisha back. Even if they are destroyed to pieces, they still don't give up hope. An elbow hit Elisha's face, making Elisha stagger back a few steps. Even if they lose their other half, they are still waiting for another chance to recover. A heavy punch landed on the other side of Elisha's face, making Elisha's body tremble violently and continuously retreated. Even if they are lost in a place that doesn't belong to them, they still emit their own light. A whip leg with a whistling wind kicked Elisha's abdomen fiercely, making Elisha's mind blank. She could no longer feel any pain. They are so strong, how can they be destroyed because of a mere magic exhaustion? Before Elisha could bend down again, Noah suddenly grabbed Elisha's throat and lifted her up. Looking at Elisha, who had lost all strength to resist, with her hands and feet hanging down, and even her eyes unfocused, Noah coldly snorted. "You guys, don't underestimate this world." After saying this, Noah suddenly let go of his hand and threw out another punch. Bang! The last punch finally made Elisha fly out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the trunk of a tree. She softly slid down and sat on the ground. Her vision was already blurred. However, Elisha still stared at Noah, who was standing in front of her, tears falling from her eyes. "We just want to survive." Hearing this, Noah stared at Elisha, who was sitting on the ground leaning against the tree trunk. The anger in his heart gradually subsided, and he closed his eyes. Without magic, humans still have physical strength. Without magic, humans still have bodies. As long as they have hands and feet, they can continue on. Even if it is a difficult situation, they can still choose to move forward. This is what humans are like. Slowly turning around, with his back facing Elisha, Noah's voice echoed clearly. "The world only provides humans with a path and shelter, it will never provide you with life. How to survive is not dependent on the world, but on yourself." After finishing his sentence, Noah ignored Elisha and directly left under Elisha's gaze. Looking at Noah's gradually fading back, Elisha's eyes fluctuated, and she gradually lost her mind. "Rely on yourself." The pain from her body began to return, and Elisha's mind gradually regained its clarity. At this moment, Elisha's uneasiness, fear, and despair towards the result of magic exhaustion did not disappear, but it was forcefully squeezed into another kind of emotion. This kind of emotion was called hope. Thus, Noah's words were firmly imprinted in the heart of this seemingly cold and strong, but in fact weak and powerless girl. And the world, under Elisha's silence, continued to operate as usual, constantly strengthening itself. How could it be destroyed? Chapter 1103. It was a rather spacious workshop. There was a gigantic magical device in the middle of the workshop that was embedded with many magic crystals. In order to find this magic workshop, Noah had to capture countless soldiers along the way before he finally figured out the way to this place. After all, while the workshop wasn't that secluded, normal soldiers wouldn't even come here. That was because the Arcanitech devices in this workshop were related to the future of Edras. After pushing open the luxurious door, Noah walked in. "You're here." The moment Noah entered, a voice rang out and entered Noah's ears. Noah was not surprised at all as he raised his head and looked ahead. In front of the gigantic magical instrument, there was a figure holding a staff with his back facing Noah. He didn't even turn around, as if he had known that Noah would come there sooner or later. He simply stared at the gigantic magical instrument as if he was in a daze. Looking at that figure, Noah also seemed to have known that he would be there. He sighed. "I knew that you would come here before me. My apologies." Mishgang laughed bitterly. "I don't really want to face the people of Edras head-on." Noah silently stepped forward and stood next to Mr. Gang. Both of them looked at the gigantic Magitech instrument and suddenly spoke after a long while. "Because that's someone you're quite close to, right?" Mishgang fell silent. In fact, Noah had already made some guesses after learning about Edras. Mishgang's identity couldn't be simple, right? If Mishgang was just a normal citizen of Edras, how could he know so much about anima? If Mishgang was just a normal citizen of Edras, how could he know the way to Aslan? If Mishgang was just a normal citizen of Edras, how could he have been able to stop the activation of anima for so many years? If Mishgang was just a normal citizen of Edras, how could he become an S-ranked magus on par with Elisha and Laxas when he couldn't use magic on his own and could only rely on magic weapons? Perhaps, if there was only one of them, it could only be a coincidence. However, with so many coincidences added together, it was inevitable. That was why Noah was certain that Mishgang's identity in Edras wasn't simple. It was very likely that Mishgang was a member of the royal family of Edras. That was why Mishstegang was so clear about the Anima project initiated by the king of the Kingdom of Edras. That was why Noah had a guess about Mishgang's identity. I beat your father up. Aren't you going to say anything? Noah said coldly. Prince Jalal. The air seemed to turn heavy all of a sudden. Mishstegang didn't answer, but asked the question abruptly. You didn't make things difficult for Lily, did you? Why? Noah raised an eyebrow. Are you on good terms with Lily? Lily is my savior, Mishgang said as he tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. As a surpasser, Lily should have lived in Extania and enjoyed the respect of humans. However, he was chased out by the surpasser race for the sake of saving me, who was injured when I was young. In Edras, all humans were governed by surpassers who called themselves angels. As a god, the queen had the power to decide the life and death of humans and control their numbers. If Mishgang had really been severely injured when he was young, then the Transcendents believed that it was the queen who had decided on his death. Under such circumstances, if Lily saved Mishgang, who was on the verge of death as a human, the surpassers would think that he was disobeying the queen. Additionally, Lily brought Mishgang back to Extania to save him. That was a taboo in Extania, where humans weren't allowed to enter. As a result, Lily was chased out of Extania. That was also the reason why a supreme being who should be worshipped by humans would become the leader of the magic forces of the Edras royal army. I see, Noah said with a nod. Don't worry. I only made him lose his ability to fight. I didn't injure him that badly. That's good, Mishgang said with relief. The scene once again returned to its silent state. Have you really made up your mind? Noah asked all of a sudden. If that's the case, the world will truly descend into chaos. Hearing Noah's words, a hint of hesitation flashed across Mishgang's eyes. However, he soon regained his resolve. Chaos is only temporary. In a situation where we can only face reality, people will quickly get back on their feet in order to survive. However, if we don't solve the problem of mana in this world, the conflict will never disappear. So, instead of inciting conflict for the sake of eternal mana, wouldn't it be better to let go of what should be lost and let mana disappear from this world? Noah couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, you are quite decisive. Super Secondary Spatial Magic, Anima. The use of this spell was to open up a pathway between Azrand and Edras and absorb Azrand's mana into Edras for Edras to use. Naturally, since he was able to absorb Aslan's mana into Edras, then as long as he reversed the anima, he would be able to reverse the flow of Edras' mana into Aslan. That was what Mishgang was prepared to do. As long as mana forever disappears from this world, magic can no longer be used. Even anima is the same. Mishgang's tone was not perplexed at all. When that happens, anima will no longer be a threat to Azrand. Isn't that what you want to do? But I didn't want to go to this extent at first, Noah said calmly. At first, I only wanted to destroy this magical device and get rid of the culprit. I wanted to change the world to someone more pleasing to the eye so that they wouldn't have any ill intentions towards Azrand. However, that was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. As long as the problem of mana exists in this world, the conflict over mana will never stop. Under such circumstances, Azrand, who is full of mana, will not be able to stay out of it. Mishgang turned around and looked at Noah. Moreover, didn't you not get rid of the culprit? Hearing that, Noah was speechless. After a while, he turned around and looked at Mishgang. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Mishgang was speechless as well. Why didn't Noah get rid of Faust? Other than the fact that he was Mishgang's father, was there a second reason why Noah would spare the life of the greedy king who had designs on his guild and companions? If the problem of anima wasn't completely solved, then for the sake of his guild and companions, Noah wouldn't spare the life of that greedy bastard. Now, since you've done so much for both Azrand and Edras, then I don't mind giving you face. Noah turned around. After all, you are also my companion. With that, Noah walked towards the door. Just as Noah was about to step out of the door, Mishgang's grateful and reluctant voice sounded. Thank you. Anne. Goodbye. The corners of Noah's mouth involuntarily lifted into an untraceable arc. Soon after, he walked out without looking back. Now, there was only one problem left. The sky gradually darkened, as if it could predict what would happen next. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Braving the cold air, Noah flew towards the horizon with the help of Hermes' boots. There was only one goal. That was the huge island floating in the air. Extania. Chapter 1104. When Noah controlled Hermes' boots to slowly land on the huge island called Extania, an indescribable silence pervaded the entire space of the island. Regardless of the strange atmosphere, Noah raised his eyes and looked around. Noah had landed in the center of Extania. Extania, on the other hand, was a huge city built by transcendence. In other words, at this moment, Noah had landed in the center of the city called Extania. There were many buildings around him. Some of the buildings were as big as human residences, while others were smaller. They were suitable for transcendents like Habi and Shaluru to live in. On such a street surrounded by buildings of various sizes, cats that looked completely different in appearance, body shape, and even the color of their fur were walking around like humans. They were looking at Noah, who had descended from the sky, and were exchanging glances with each other. Human? Is that a human? He looks like a human. It was no wonder that the transcendents were so shocked. In Edras, transcendents were like angels to humans. Icastania, where the angels lived, was naturally a paradise for the humans of Edras. Even though this heaven wasn't as unreachable as in the legends, it was still very sacred in its position. The transcendent elders, led by the queen, strictly forbade humans from entering Extania. In the past, Lili had only brought a single human back to Extania before being chased out. One could only imagine how unbelievable it was for a human to come to Extania. However, Noah didn't even care about the surpassers' expressions of disbelief. All he said was, "It's fine, but it's fine." He only said indifferently, "Tell your queen to come out." His words caused the entire Extania to fall into a dead silence. A moment later, the transcendent cultivators in the area began to get angry. A mere human dares to trespass in Extania and ask the queen to come out and see him? How dare he? Where's the Royal Guard Division? Where are the most elite combat divisions of our surpassers? Hurry up and inform the Royal Guard Division. Tell them to apprehend this insolent human. Apprehend him. Apprehend him. One by one, the transcendents shouted. Their arrogant voices grew louder and louder, as if Noah had committed an unforgivable crime. The atmosphere gradually turned sour. Noah's brows furrowed. His gaze turned cold as he scanned his surroundings. Immediately, wherever Noah's cold gaze fell, the surpassers froze. The anger on their faces turned into fear, and they were rendered speechless. Looks like I'll have to find her myself. Noah's voice echoed in the surroundings. There's no other way. I don't have much time left. Since you don't want the queen to come out, I'll have to use a little more violence. Tell her that I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's body began to emit a magical aura. Sensing the magical aura, the transcendents' hearts began to tremble. At this moment, a mature woman's voice sounded. It was filled with helplessness and urgency. Please wait. Along with such a voice, the sinister atmosphere at the scene seemed to have solidified all of a sudden. It did not continue to rise, but it also did not descend. It just stood there stiffly. The magical aura on Noah's body also became sluggish. It slowly retracted back into his body. Then, Noah turned his head and looked at the front of the street. The surrounding surpassers also subconsciously turned their gazes over, and then all of them cried out in shock. That's, in front of Noah's line of sight, a few figures suddenly appeared and approached. They were also a group of transcendents. However, they were a group of transcendents who wore luxurious clothes. At a glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary transcendents. At the very front of this group of transcendents was a female transcendent. She was wearing luxurious new clothes and expensive jewelry. She was also holding a scepter tightly in her hand. Seeing this female transcendence, all of the transcendents reacted and immediately lowered their heads in fear. Seeing this, Noah understood. After sizing up the female transcendence, Noah frowned deeply. "You're the Transcendence Queen." At this moment, Noah's voice was filled with suspicion. There was no other reason. Noah did not sense any magical aura from the Transcendence Queen. At most, her aura was a bit special. Until now, Noah's sensory abilities had only failed when facing Orpheus. Apart from that, he had never made a mistake. As such, Noah was certain that this Transcendence Queen was either like Orpheus and had power that he could only look up to, or she was just an ordinary transcendence. In fact, the Transcendence Queen smiled sadly. "You can call me Shaget. As for the Queen, that's all I can do." After hearing this, not to mention Noah, even the transcendents around him were stunned. Only the Transcendence elders who supported the Transcendence Queen lowered their heads and sighed with guilt and despair. Noah's frown deepened. He looked at Shaget with a hint of impatience. "What are you trying to do?" Shaget smiled slightly, but her smile was more or less filled with sadness. "I'm just stating a fact." Saying this, Shaget unbuttoned the new clothes on his shoulders, removed the accessories on his body, and loosened the scepter in his hand. Not long after, a female surpasser appeared in front of everyone. She looked no different from a normal female surpasser. She was much smaller than a normal human being. To be able to single-handedly defeat the entire kingdom of Edras, defeat the magic army, and overthrow the king of Edras, you must be an amazing sorcerer in Aslan, right? Shaget said as she closed her eyes. "That's why, you should be able to tell that I'm not a god or a queen. I don't have any outstanding power or status. I'm just an ordinary transcendence." Looking at the transcendence with her eyes closed and head lowered, there was no trace of nobility to speak of. She was just an ordinary transcendence. When they heard her words, the transcendents around her were completely stunned. Noah stared at Shaget, then at the stunned transcendents around him. He could feel the anger in his heart rising. Mishgang had said that the Queen of the Transcendents was the one who caused Edras to harbor ill intentions towards Astra. She was the one who suggested to Faust that he could obtain mana from Asrand, which led to the kingdom of Edras developing anima and attacking Asrand in order to obtain eternal mana. That was why Noah had chosen to come here to settle the score with Shaget. She was also an existence known as a god in Edras. She was the one who ruled over humans and transcendents. She could even decide the life and death of humans. Noah had already prepared himself for a huge battle. But what was she trying to do now? Perhaps she had seen through Noah's thoughts. Shaget finally revealed a bitter smile. "Actually, I'm not the queen of the transcendents. I'm just an ordinary transcendence. The so-called queen and god are all fake." That one sentence caused all the transcendents to feel their minds go blank. They couldn't react at all and could only stare blankly at Shaget. That gaze seemed to be tormenting Shaget, causing her to close her eyes in pain. It was obvious that apart from the elders who supported Shaget, the other transcendents didn't know about this. Chapter 1105. Actually, even though we surpassers possess magic that the humans of Edras do not possess, our fighting prowess is not that great. We have been bullied by the humans since a long time ago. In front of all the stunned surpassers, Haggart closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and began to speak softly. At that time, the people even began to question their own existence. They even began to feel confused about their own survival. They completely lost the confidence to continue living, causing the entire race of surpassers to sink into the abyss of extinction. If this continues, I'm sure our race will be truly destroyed, right? Haggart said with a gloomy smile. In order to restore the confidence of those clansmen, and to prevent them from being bullied by humans, I discussed with the elders of the clan. In the end, we decided to tell a lie that could even deceive our clansmen and the entire world. A lie. Noah's eyes flashed as he looked at Haggart. So that's why you said you're not a queen or an omnipotent god? Yes, and that is the truth. I am just a normal surpasser. Haggard shook his head. No, it is not right to call me a normal surpasser. Compared to the rest of our race, I have a very special ability. Special ability? Noah was taken aback. Look, even if I call myself a god and pretend to be very powerful to deceive the humans and make them fear us so that they will no longer target us surpassers, there's no way they'll believe me if I just say it verbally, Haggard explained. However, my special ability allows me to make these words more believable and make the humans believe that I am a god. With Haggard's reminder, Noah recalled something. Why would the Queen of the Surpassers be called a god? It was because the Queen of the Surpassers had the power to decide the life and death of humans. She had the power to control the population of humans. I do not have that kind of power, Haggard admitted. I just have the ability to foresee things, and I can more or less foresee some things in the future. Hearing this, Noah understood. Indeed. Haggard did not have the power to decide the life and death of humans. The only thing he had was the ability to predict the time of death. Humans who don't know about this gradually believe that I have the power to decide the life and death of humans and manage the humans in this world. Shagat smiled weakly. It was because of this that the so-called God became more and more convincing. My people became angels that served God and were revered and worshipped by humans. Haggard's words caused the other surpassers to look at each other. They could see the despair in each other's eyes. It turned out that the so-called gods and angels were nothing more than an illusion. Surpassers. It was a rather ironic name. They made it sound so aloof, but in the end, weren't they just a weak race that could only rely on lies to maintain their status and instill fear in the hearts of the humans to protect themselves because they were powerless against the humans? Seeing Noya frowning after hearing Shargate's words, the surpassers felt the urge to run away when they recalled how they had been so aggressive in front of this powerful human who had the power to destroy the entire army of Edras and how Noya had threatened to take him down. However, Noah wasn't going to argue with a bunch of ignorant commoners. Furthermore, Noah didn't care whether the transcendent status of the transcendent race was real or not. Then why did you have Faust attack Aslan? Noah narrowed his eyes as he looked at Haggard. Do you know that because of your decision, my guild and my companions were almost turned into manna for you? As he said that, Noah locked his aura onto Haggard, causing him to feel suffocated and his body to tremble. I am very sorry. Haggard could only squeeze out the words with great difficulty. Because we have become the gods and angels of Edras, we are omnipotent existences to the humans. When the manna in this world began to dry up, the human king asked us for help, so, in order to not let your lie be exposed, you proposed to Faust the idea of absorbing magic from Astra, which directly led to the appearance of anima and indirectly almost caused the death of my companions. Noah sneered. It's a pretty good way to protect yourself, isn't it? Haggard was speechless. Actually, there was one more thing he hadn't told Noah. Haggard had long predicted that a terrifying existence from Aslan had set his sights on the surpassers. That person was Noah. Of course, Noah had indeed set his sights on the surpassers. From the very beginning, Noah had come with the intention of settling the score with Haggard. That was why, to ensure that the surpassers wouldn't be harmed by Noah, Haggard had second night send a decree to the humans in the name of God, claiming that a human named Noah would cause the extinction of the humans of Edras and that the kingdom of Edras would resist Noah. Who would have thought that right after that decision was made and second night sent the decree to the royal capital, Noah would appear? Among the group of surpassers who were sent flying by Noah, there were a few who were lucky enough to be in the periphery and didn't suffer too much damage. That was why those surpassers brought back news of Noah's destruction of the royal army of Edras. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to escape this time, Haggard could only resign himself to his fate and hope that he could be forgiven by Noah. No. That wasn't right either. I don't expect to be forgiven by you. Haggard finally faced Noah head-on for the first time and pleaded sincerely to Noah. I only hope that you won't make things difficult for my tribesmen. They don't know anything. I beg you. After saying that, Haggard actually knelt down in front of Noah and even knocked his head on the ground. Your Majesty. Please don't do this. Your Majesty. The surpassers in the surroundings were all panicking. Only the surpasser elders who supported Haggart knelt and kowtowed. I beg you. Please don't make things difficult for my tribesmen. Seeing the queen and the elder kneeling in front of a human, the surpassers realized what kind of situation they were in. They all fell into a state of panic. Seeing Haggart and the surpasser elders kneel before him for the sake of their tribesmen, Noah couldn't help but fall silent. At that moment, there was only one thought in Noah's mind. If he didn't have the power to resist the entire kingdom of Edras, would he kneel to Faust for the sake of his companions and the guild under the threat of Anima? The answer was, of course, yes. As long as it was for the guild, for his companions and for his family, Noah wouldn't even bat an eyelid if he had to be beheaded, let alone kneeling. But when that time came, wouldn't it mean that he had nowhere else to go? Wasn't Haggart and the surpasser elders doing this because they had nowhere else to go? After all, the only difference between them and Noah was that they didn't have enough power to protect the people they cared about. Realizing this, Noah was even more determined to become stronger. At the same time, the anger in his heart had no choice but to dissipate. Forget it, Noah said with a sigh and turned around. Seeing that you're doing this for the sake of your tribesmen, I won't hold it against you. The moment those words left his mouth, before Haggart and the others could even rejoice, Noah's voice rang out. But don't forget that you're not the only one who has something to protect. You can sacrifice the things that others need to protect for the things that you need to protect. Therefore, sooner or later, others will also sacrifice you for the things that they need to protect. After those words, Noah leaped into the air and soared into the sky with the help of Hermes's boots. The surpassers were left behind in an indescribable silence. Chapter 1106. In the end, I came to Edras with a heart full of anger, only to teach a bunch of arrogant royal soldiers a lesson. After leaving Extania, Noah flew into the sky and stopped in midair. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he recalled everything that had happened in less than 2 days in Edras. Noah had let Faust go for the sake of Mishgang. Noah had let Haggart go for the sake of a trace of resonance. Furthermore, the problem of Anima was about to be solved. Noah's trip this time was worth it. Of course, this was also because nothing had happened to Fairy Tale. If something had happened to Fairy Tale because of Anima, then no matter how close Mishgang and Noah were, and no matter how hard Haggart kowtowed, Noah wouldn't let the two of them go. Although, this is just a theory of results. Regardless, Noah's goal in coming to Edras had been accomplished. Now, all that was left was to wrap things up. With that thought in mind, Noah lifted his head and looked at the sky. Wang! No one knew if it was a good plan or not, but the sky that had become extremely dark suddenly surged up like water that had been boiled. Has it begun? As Noah muttered, the pitch-black clouds suddenly spun like a huge whirlpool. Not long after, a huge hole appeared in the center of the whirlpool-like dark clouds. Beep, beep, beep. Dazzling flashes of lightning began to flash from the huge hole. Whoosh! The howling wind also seemed to be stirring up a storm, causing the entire sky to become violent. Under such circumstances, from the ground below, streams of seemingly substantial air currents rose like steam without any warning. They were carried by the violent winds and soared into the sky. They were like streams of water that flowed into the huge hole in the sky. As the thick, substantial airflow was absorbed by the huge hole, the entire Idris underwent an earth-shattering change. Rumble. With Extania in the lead, the floating islands in the air suddenly lost their buoyancy for no reason and turned into huge meteors that slowly fell to the ground amidst a series of tremors. The floating islands were able to float in the air because of the mana contained in the ground of the floating islands. At that moment, whether it was the mana contained within the ground of the floating island or the mana contained within the vast land of the Edras continent, all of it was being reversed by the anima and turned into streams of dense air currents that flowed into the world of Aslan through the gigantic hole. Of course, this wasn't just limited to the mana contained in the earth. Even the mana stored in the magic crystals, magical weapons, and magical tools that humans extracted from the earth and created into magic crystals, magical weapons, and magical tools began to transform into streams of mana that rose into the sky. As a result, the imperial capital that was like a paradise with the support of magic fell into unprecedented chaos. The light-type magic crystals that acted as street lamps all lost their light. The fire-type magic crystals that acted as furnaces all lost their light. The wind-type magic crystals that acted as the driving system of transportation all lost their function. The water-type magic crystals that acted as the water source all stopped gushing out. The civilization of the imperial capital instantly returned to a state that was no different from ancient times, causing the residents who were immersed in enjoyment and convenience due to the existence of mana and magic to panic. It was as if they had encountered the end of the world, and their faces were filled with despair. Noah had expected all of this to happen a long time ago. That was why Noah wasn't the least bit surprised. However, the changes in the next second really surprised Noah. Wang! He saw that Noah's body was emitting a gentle light that illuminated Noah's astonished face. Bang! However, in the next second, the light that enveloped Noah's entire body seemed to have been dispelled, and it exploded amidst a muffled sound. What's going on? Just as Noah fell into a state of shock, figures like Noah who were enveloped by the light began to float into the sky from extania that was slowly falling to the ground. They were none other than the Transcendents. What? What's going on? What's going on? I can't control my body. Amidst the panicked voices, the group of surpassers led by Haggart was involuntarily carried by the light that enveloped their bodies and floated into the sky. Not long after, the Transcendents were all sucked into the Anima's hole while they were still in a state of panic. Seeing this, Noah immediately understood. Because of the reversal of Anima, what little magic power remained in Edras would be absorbed and flow towards Aslan. Regardless of whether it was Noah or the Surpassers, they all had mana in their bodies. The super subspace magic Anima naturally had no way of extracting mana from a person's body. It could only absorb the mana along with the person's mana, including Noah. Unfortunately, Noah's curse resistance bounced off the effects of Anima. This resulted in the situation where only Noah could continue to stay in Edras. Well, in the beginning, I was planning on going back by myself through the void of Anima anyway. After understanding the changes in his body, Noah relaxed and lowered his head to look at the chaotic capital. At the very center of the imperial city, at the top of the tallest palace, a figure holding a magic staff stood against the wind. His eyes met with Noah's, and his lips moved a few times, as if he was trying to convey something. Noah naturally couldn't see Mishgang's lips from such a distance. However, Noah inexplicably understood what Mishgang was trying to say. Thank you. And goodbye. It was exactly the same words that Mishgang said to Noah in the magic workshop of Anima. Thus, Noah smiled. 7 years ago, Noah had coincidentally saved Mishgang, who had fainted from exhaustion after stopping Anima. From then on, they had formed a bond. 7 years later, Noah and Mishgang parted ways. As the Prince of Edras, Mishgang, who had been running around for Aslan for many years, had finally returned to his hometown. However, given Mishgang's personality, he would definitely be running around for Edras, which had fallen into chaos after losing his mana, right? At least, Noah believed that. Mishgang definitely had the ability to change this world called Edras. Thus, in their parting, there was reluctance and gratitude, but more than that, there was hope for the future. Under Mishgang's gaze, Noah looked in another direction as if he had a stroke of luck. There, a group of people were desperately waving at Noah, who was in the air. In their hands, there was a flag. It was a flag with a design that looked like a flying bird, but also like a fairy. The smile on Noah's face grew wider and wider, but he had no intention of flying down. Instead, he waved in the direction of the flag and looked at Mishgang, who was standing at the top of the palace. Then, he turned around and turned into a meteor, flying into the huge black hole in the sky. At this point, Noah's short journey in the world called Edras came to an end. Through the huge hole in the anima, Noah flew to the other end of the tunnel at an extremely fast speed. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Noah felt his vision being filled with light. Then, he flew out of the hole and passed through the clouds, returning to the familiar world. Noah, brother Noah. As soon as he flew out of the hole, Noah heard a burst of cheers. Looking down, he saw that in Magnolia, a group of fairy tale sorcerers were waving and cheering at Noah in unison. However, when the surpassing sorcerers were spat out of the hole one by one, all of them were stunned. After a while, earth-shattering screams rang out. Cat. Chapter 1107. At first, Noah was worried that the flow of time between Aslan and Edras would be different. In the past, he had left for less than an hour, but in the end, an entire month had passed in the world of fairy tale. Now, this was the first time that a case like this happened. This worry was not unfounded. In fact, Noah had been to two parallel worlds in the world of the M-shaped moon. One of the two parallel worlds was about 10 years ago, while the other was about 10 years later. Since Aslan and Edras were also parallel worlds, then there was a need to consider whether there would be problems with time between the two worlds. Fortunately, unlike the world of the M-shaped moon, the flow of time between Asran and Edras was almost exactly the same. In other words, however long Noah spent in Edras, the same amount of time had passed in Asran. Therefore, when Noah returned to Asran from the world of Edras, it was already 1 or 2 days after the incident with Anima. Of course, compared to the other two things, this 1 or 2 days seemed so insignificant. One of these two things was naturally the arrival of the transcendence of Extania in Asran. That day, the scene of a large group of cats like Hubby and Sia Lulu descending from the sky really destroyed the worldview of many fairy tale sorcerers. This was especially so for Hubby and Sia Lulu, who had only seen each other as fellow transcendents, and had not seen any other transcendents before this. However, compared to the people of fairy tale, the transcendents of Extania were actually very happy about their arrival in Asran. After all, in Edras, the transcendents were bullied because they were too weak. In order to not be bullied, they had to tell the big lie of gods and angels. It was really quite tiring for them. To be able to leave that kind of world and come to a new magical world, for the transcendents of Extania, it was indeed like a new life. As for Hubby and Sia Lulu, to be able to see so many of their fellow transcendents, they could not say that they were happy, but there were also some who seemed to be unhappy. It could be said that it was very complicated. The reason was naturally because Hubby and Sia Lulu were thrown into the world of Asran before they were even born. Perhaps it was because Hubby and Sia Lulu had seen through the grudge in their hearts towards the transcendents. After meeting them, Hubby and Sia Lulu seemed to have a lot to talk about in private. After that, Hubby and Sia Lulu seemed to have untied a lot of the knot in their hearts and regained their vitality. The next day, Shagat led the entire race of surpassers away from fairy tale. Although the transcendents in fairy tale felt that it was very interesting to have the entire transcendents join the guild, it was a pity that the transcendents generally did not have high combat strength. If they only worked as archmages for a living, they would definitely not be able to support so many transcendents. Therefore, Hubby proposed to find another place to live and let the transcendents live a peaceful life. He led the transcendents away from fairy tale. Hubby and Sia Lulu did not follow them. Hubby and Sia Lulu also did not invite Hubby and Sia Lulu to come with them. Presumably, the three of them had talked a lot before this. Therefore, when they left, they parted ways amidst laughter and laughter. However, in addition to Hubby and Sia Lulu, there was another transcendent who stayed in fairy tale. Compared to the transcendents, this place is more suitable for me. Standing on top of a table, a black cat that looked no different from Hubby and Sia Lulu said seriously. It looked more like a leopard cub than a cat. Also, I want to see what's so special about the place the prince has been staying in for so many years. Hearing that, the transcendents in fairy tale welcomed it with open arms. Only Noah looked at the black cat that was no different from Hubby and Sia Lulu in size. Then, he thought of the decisiveness and courage in the battle with him. His expression was somewhat strange. That black cat was none other than Lily, captain of the 2nd Magic War Unit of the Edra's army, Pansa Lili. Because Aslan's magic seemed to reject Lili's physique to a certain extent, it couldn't tolerate Lili's unique physique. Lili's body became like this when he passed through the anima. In that form, Lili's battle prowess was like heaven and earth compared to before. In his current form, although Lili's combat power was still much higher than Hades and Xia Lulu's, there was still a gap between him and an ordinary magic shooter, not to mention the power that he possessed when he was the captain of the magic army like Alussa of Edras. Of course, Lili could still return to his original form through his own magic power. However, that form could only be maintained for a short period of time. But the moment he returned to his original form, Lili's battle prowess would instantly recover. By then, even if he couldn't compare to Alusha, Lili would definitely be able to match Naz and Grey. The fairy tale members who hadn't experienced Lili's battle prowess welcomed him with indifference. Only Noah looked at Lili's short stature and thought back to the youth's burly form. No matter how he looked at it, it felt weird. However, Noah understood Lili's words. Unlike the average surpasser, Lili had been in the royal army for a long time and had long been used to fighting and killing. Instead of leaving with the surpassers who stood aloof from worldly affairs, it was better to stay in the fairy tale. It was indeed more suitable for Lili. No one was happier about this than Gadjalu. Gadjalu came in front of Lili, who was standing on the table, and stared at him. After a while, he grinned. "It seems that you're different from the blue cat and the white cat over there. You seem to be very strong." Hearing Gadjalu's words, the corners of Lili's mouth rose slightly into a somewhat wanton arc. "Do you want to try?" Hee hee. Gadjalu's face suddenly showed a standard evil man's smile. "Just what I want." The sudden development made the fairy tale's magic shooters all cheer. "Hey, hey, hey!" Lucy shouted in a flurry. "Why did it suddenly become like this?" What? A fight?" Naz's face was full of excitement, and he rolled up his sleeves. "Count me in too." Not only Naz, but even Grey and Elfman were eager to give it a try. All of a sudden, they really got into a mess and started fighting. This made Lucy and Wendy panic, and also made Mira and Lisanna smile knowingly. In the direction of the bar, they watched this lively scene that was as lively as usual. The scene was very warm. In front of the bar, Noah told Makarov, Kildas, and Alusha about Mishgang. "Is that so?" Alusha's expression was somewhat regretful. "Did you leave Mistgang there? After all, Edras is his home." Kildas didn't seem surprised. "For the sake of Aslan, who he's never seen before, that guy could come here at such a young age and protect this world for so long. Now that Edras's mana has disappeared and the world has fallen into chaos, it's impossible that he didn't stay. But the departure of an S-rank magic shooter is a huge loss to our guild," Makarov sighed softly. "It's really a pity. Mishgang is just continuing on the path he believes in." Noah suddenly smiled. "As partners in the same guild, all we can do is support him." Alusha and the others looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 1108. That's right. At this time, Makarov suddenly changed the topic. "Speaking of the S-rank Archmage, this year's seems to be coming soon, right?" "That?" Noah was slightly startled. "That?" Alusha and Kildas were also startled, but then they seemed to have thought of something and suddenly understood. "So, another year has passed," Alussa said with a sigh. "Time really flies. S-rank Archmage?" Kildas was a little nostalgic. "I haven't been in the guild for a long time. If the president didn't mention it, I almost forgot." Not only Alusha and Kildas, but even Mira and Lisanna, who were working at the bar, seemed to have noticed what Makarov was talking about. "This year's is coming soon." Mira smiled gently as always. "Naz and Grey should be very happy, right? Also, Brother Elf seems to have been looking forward to this matter." Lisanna also said with a smile. "Plus, this year, our guild also has a lot of capable newcomers. It will be very lively." Seeing that Alusha, Kilda's, Mira, and even Lisanna understood Makarov's meaning. Noah was curious. What is that? As soon as this question came out, Makarov, Ilusha, Kilda's, Mira, and Lisanna were all startled, and then they reacted. Speaking of which, since many years ago when he got Kilda's magic crush, Noah has been away from the guild for a long time. Ilusha reminded. In order to be able to fully control the magic crush, Noah trained outside for 4 years. Then he went to Celestial Wolf Island to receive the guidance of the first generation. Another 2 years passed, and he didn't come back until recently. It hasn't even been half a year since he came back. After being reminded by Ilusha, everyone was once again enlightened. Especially Kilda's, who looked at Noah with some surprise in his eyes. Are you able to fully control the magic crush? Well, because I have been training my mana control for a long time since I was a child, I have some experience in controlling it. Although Noah didn't know why Ilusha suddenly mentioned this matter, he still answered Kilda's question truthfully. But even so, it took me 4 years to fully control the magic crush. It only took you 4 years to control the magic crush, and you're still not satisfied? Kilda's was speechless. Even until now, I still haven't been able to completely control the shattering magic. As expected of you. Now that you think about it, it's true that Big Brother Noah has only been back for less than half a year. Lisanna leaned on the bar and looked at Noah with eyes full of love. It feels like Big Brother Noah has been back for a long time. It's incredible. That's right. Mira also turned her gaze to Noah. Her eyes were closed as she smiled. It's like they've been together for a long time. Ilusha looked at Noah with a gentle gaze after hearing Mira and Lisanna's words. On the other hand, Makarov and Kilda snickered at Noah with a wretched expression. Noah felt a little embarrassed and could only speak up helplessly. Stop talking in riddles. Hurry up and tell me what it is. However, Noah's words did not attract the attention of the group. Instead, they fell silent. If you think about it this way, Noah. Ilusha said to Noah. You're not an S-rank magic shooter yet, right? That's right. Noah asked curiously. Is there a problem? There's a big problem. Makarov shouted at Noah, not even caring about the wine glass in his hand. Noah, for the next period of time, don't do anything. Spend all your time on work. Work? Noah was stunned. But I'm not short of money. Not only was he not short of money. Noah had a treasure trove full of gold and silver that could be replenished automatically. From now on, he would not have to worry about money. Under such circumstances, why would he spend his time on work? Did he have nothing better to do? However, in the face of Noah's words, not only Makarov, but even Mira, Lisanna, and Ilusha were not willing to accept it. All right, Noah, just listen to the president, Mira said gently. For the next period of time, spend all your time on work. Don't worry about anything else. This time, I won't help you, Noah, Ilusha said seriously. This is for your own good. Hurry up and work hard, young man. Kilda smiled cheekily. Back in the day, I was also busy for a period of time. Everyone went through it like this. All in all, Big Brother Noah, don't worry about anything else. Work hard from now on. Lisanna was even more direct. She walked out of the bar and pushed Noah's back, pushing Noah in the direction of the stairs. You've been busy in Edras for so long. Big Brother Noah, you haven't had much rest. Have a good rest today. Work hard from tomorrow onwards. Wait. Wait. Noah could only say gloomily as he was pushed away by Lisanna. At least tell me what it is. All right. Lisanna ignored Noah's protests and pushed Noah back into the room with a domineering look. Anyway, Big Brother Noah, have a good rest first. That's right. Thus, Noah could only return to the room with a bellyful of questions. After returning to the room, Noah lay on the bed with a gloomy expression. What's going on? From the reactions of Makarov, Kilda's, Elisha, Mira, and Lisanna, it seemed that something would happen in the guild soon. And this matter seemed to have something to do with the S-rank sorcerer. What does it have to do with the S-rank sorcerer? Noah frowned thoughtfully. I keep feeling that there is such a thing, but I can't remember. This could not be blamed on Noah. After all, just as Elisha said, Noah had already left Fairy Tale for more than 6 years. He had only returned to the guild for less than half a year. Of that time, he had spent a month in another world. But because of the difference in time, it seemed like a month to others, but to Noah, it was more than half a year. In that case, Noah had not been in contact with the guild's matters for about 7 years. It was natural that he would forget something. Forget it. Since everyone has said so, it must be something important. I'll do more missions for now. Anyway, I have nothing to do. After making such a decision, Noah temporarily suppressed the depression and curiosity in his heart. Looking at the ceiling, he suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, after leaving the dungeon, I haven't updated my ability points. After leaving the world of looking for a chance encounter in the dungeon, Noah had not updated his ability points. It was not because Noah had forgotten, but because after leaving the world of looking for a chance encounter in the dungeon, Noah had not experienced any decent battles. In the world of Elves Sword Dance, Noah had only experienced a few insignificant battles and battles. The only battles that could be converted into experience points and ability points were the battles with Lotus and Versilia. In this world, Noah had not experienced any decent battles, and the only battles that could be considered decent were few and far between. Under such circumstances, his ability value couldn't grow much. Thus, Noah had not updated his ability points. Let's see how much my ability points have increased. After saying that, Noah stood up and took off his shirt, revealing the complicated pattern on his back that represented God's grace. After transforming the source of mana in his body into a source of divine power, Noah adjusted the divine power and made it flow throughout his body. Wang! A faint blue light bloomed. Chapter 1109. A mysterious blue light bloomed from Noah's back, illuminating the entire surrounding space. In the blue light, on Noah's back, the complicated and mysterious characters that were originally engraved around the fire-like pattern began to float, and as if they had gained life, they constantly rotated, jumped, and even changed. What Noah needed to do was to absorb the experience points accumulated from the previous battles into his body, which was filled with divine power. Then, he would use the divine power to draw out the experience points and turn them into actual nourishment, changing them into ability points, and increasing the extent of his ability points. Over time, the mysterious characters that were rotating, jumping, and even changing on Noah's back gradually changed, and one by one, they lined up and returned to Noah's back, engraved on it. Not long after, most of the mysterious characters around the fire-like pattern that was originally engraved on Noah's back changed. If Noah could see his back, he would be surprised. Because, there were suddenly a lot more sacred characters on it. Of course, Noah could not see the ability points on his back. However, perhaps because Noah's ability points were updated by himself, when the blue light on Noah's back gradually disappeared, a burst of information suddenly came from the ability points on Noah's back and rushed into Noah's mind. This burst of information recorded the information of Noah's ability points that had been updated at this moment. When Noah received this burst of information and knew the status of his ability points, Noah immediately opened his eyes. His eyes were full of astonishment. Noah Dole LV. For strength, A, 846, S, 966, durability, A, 868, S, 976, dexterity, A, 855, S, 970, agility, A, 873, S, 985, magic, A, 842, S, 959, mystery, HG magic, IH swordsman, IH magic, weapon refining, steel making magic. Copy, refine, and forge weapons. Replicated, refined, and forged weapons will be weakened to a certain extent depending on the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Replicating, refining, and forging weapons will depend on the weapon's level, performance, and ability to maintain the weapon for a certain period of time. Protection of the sword. Resident magic. Obtain permanent protection according to the attributes of the contracted spirit. Contract a sword spirit as a sword spirit. Obtain the sword spirit's protection and weaken physical attacks. The degree of weakening depends on the strength and ability of the target. Cold smelting. Quick attack magic. Gradually turn the target into steel. Once the tempering is successful, it will be crushed. The tempering speed depends on the strength and ability of the target. Skills. Protection from the world. It was a permanent skill. Equal to luck. Events that were directly related to luck would eventually lead to the most favorable outcome. A large amount of information filled Noah's mind. After understanding the situation of his ability value, Noah's face was full of shock. After a while, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that my magic would be discovered. Those who had received the grace of God had also received the grace of magic from the very beginning. In the world of looking for a chance encounter in the underground city, magic was originally something that only magic races who were born with the talent to practice magic could possess. Humans and most other races were unable to receive the favor of magic. However, God's favor allowed everyone to receive equal treatment in magic. To say that it was equal treatment in magic was not the right way to put it. Because, even if one received God's favor, if the possibility of receiving it was too low, then even if one was qualified to learn magic, if the possibility of awakening magic in one's body could not be awakened, then it would just be an empty bar, and one would not be able to discover their own magic for the rest of their life. But on the other hand, as long as there was an empty bar, then no matter who it was, they could discover their own magic and obtain the power of magic. As for the empty bar, those who received God's favor could at least get one, and at most 3. Noah had the most 3, and he had 3 empty bars. Now, these 3 empty slots were all filled up. How could Noah not be shocked? But, immediately after, Noah did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was no other reason. The 3 magic that he discovered were all elven magic from the world of elven sword dance. Hesti once said that the discovery of magic is the same as the discovery of skills. It is based on a person's experience, nature, interests, and wishes, and various other reasons to awaken it. Noah sighed. It seems that my contract with Aster, and thus I obtained the ability to learn and use elven magic with the steel attribute, was excavated by God's favor and treated as magic. You discovered it, right? Originally, if one wanted to learn elven magic, they would need to go through systematic learning and practice, and they would need to have a certain level of talent to be able to learn elven magic. But now, because of God's favor, Noah directly skipped the learning and practice stage, and was forced to discover 3 elven magic, and these 3 elven magic became magic that he obtained with the help of his ability points. What's more, there's a low-level, mid-level, and high-level magic spell each. Elven magic was also divided into levels. Among the 3 spells that Noah had discovered, there was a low-level, mid-level, and high-level elven magic spell each. Among them, the low-level elven magic was weapon refinement. This elven magic was one of the basic elven magic that could be learned after contracting with a steel attribute sword spirit. It could only copy, refine, and forge ordinary weapons, so that the elven user would not be able to fight empty-handed. It could not copy, refine, or forge elven equipment, so the elven magic was of the lowest level. The medium-level elven magic was sword protection. This elven magic was somewhat practical. It could determine the strength of the protection depending on the level of the contracted spirit and the amount of divine energy. Once this magic was used, it could weaken physical attacks to a certain extent, which was very good. As for the high-level elven magic, it was cold smelt. This elven magic, when Noah contracted with Aster, in order to get rid of Noah, Aster used it in the form of a sword. At that time, if it was not for Noah's curse resistance, one of his arms would have already turned into steel. Presumably, if it was a normal elven user who was subjected to this magic, they would definitely turn into cold steel in a short period of time, right? However, this powerful magic had a fatal flaw. That was, it had to come into contact with the target in order to be effective. For Noah, with such a restriction, it would be better to just directly open the gate of Babylon, and use the violent force of his noble artifact to get rid of the enemy. As for the weapon refinement, it could only copy, refine, and forge ordinary weapons. It could not even create elven equipment. In the hands of Noah, who had an endless supply of noble artifacts, it was simply a chicken rib of chicken ribs. Therefore, among the three magic, the sword protection was actually a bit useful to Noah. Originally, Noah's curse resistance was already quite high, so normal people could only use physical attacks to deal with Noah. Now, with the addition of the sword protection that could weaken physical attacks, Noah was really starting to walk on the path of invincibility. However, it seems that because of the magic found in the grace, these elven magic seemed to have some changes. Noah pondered over the feedback of the ability value. After pondering for a while, he nodded. Let's try out the icy smelting first. After making up his mind, Noah immediately wanted to find something to try. However, in the next moment, something that Noah did not expect happened. Just as Noah uttered the words, icy smelting, in the direction that Noah was looking at, a vase placed on the windowsill suddenly trembled. In the next second, the vase turned into heavy, ice-cold steel. Under the sunlight, it reflected a cold arc. Seeing this, Noah was stunned, then immediately, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 11:10. Looking at the vase that suddenly turned into cold steel without any warning, Noah's eyes lit up. He quickly got up, went to the window, and picked up the vase. The heavy and cold feeling in his hands told Noah that the vase had indeed turned into steel. Without a doubt, the reason why the vase suddenly turned into steel could only be because Noah had activated icy smelting. But, I didn't touch the vase at all. I just looked at it unintentionally. Feeling the heavy and cold feeling of the vase in his hands, Noah's heart settled. He turned his head and looked at the other vase at the head of the bed. Normally, when magic was discovered, the incantation needed to activate the magic would also be displayed. However, Noah's icy smelting did not display the incantation. Instead, it was marked with the words, quick attack magic. This proved that this magic did not need an incantation and could be activated in an instant. Then, in this case, without an incantation, what was the trigger for this magic to be activated? This, Noah also did not know. However, just now, Noah did intend to activate icy smelting to test the power of this high-level elven magic. In other words, the trigger for this magic to be activated came from Noah's own will. In other words, if he wanted to activate it, he would immediately activate it. At this moment, Noah took a deep breath and looked at the vase at the head of the bed. This moment, Noah's dark and deep pupils suddenly turned into a cold silver-white color, flashing with a crystal-like light. Kacha! At the same time, on the vase that Noah was looking at, a crisp sound that sounded like ice being frozen faintly sounded. Kacha kacha kacha. In the next moment, in the midst of the sound of ice, the vase gradually turned into cold steel starting from the base. Not long after, it was completely covered by steel. The silver-white pupils that were flashing with a crystal-like light slowly returned to the deep and calm darkness of an ancient well. However, that did not stop Noah from feeling excited. Under the situation of being discovered as a magic by grace, the cold smelting that originally required physical contact to be effective was actually effective by just casting one's gaze. Wasn't this the steel version of the demon eye of petrification? I thought this spell wouldn't be very practical. Now, I have to change my mind. Noah glanced at the vase that had turned into cold steel, and his heart skipped a beat. Bang! The vase, which had turned into cold steel, suddenly exploded into pieces and fell to the ground. This was the other effect of cold smelting. As long as it was successfully tempered, it could shatter the tempered part at any time. Noah could already imagine how desperate his enemies would be in the face of this spell. However, the speed of tempering depends on the opponent's strength and ability. The stronger the opponent, the slower the tempering speed. Even so, Noah was not disappointed. I wonder if there are any changes to the other two spells. Thinking of this, Noah put the other tempered vase back on the windowsill and removed the tempering effect. Thus, the lifeless steel vase that was just a second ago returned to its original state. After doing this, Noah sat back on the bed and stretched out a hand. Cold Smelting was a quick attack spell. It did not require an incantation and could be activated in an instant by relying on Noah's will. The Sword's Protection was a permanent spell. It did not need to be activated. From the moment the spell was cast, it would always be in effect. It would only take effect when Noah was under physical attack, weakening the physical attack that Noah was under. Only Weapon Refinement was not a quick attack spell nor a permanent spell. It also did not require an incantation. Then, what was the trigger to activate this spell? Noah seemed to understand the method as if he was enlightened. He focused his mind. At this time, in Noah's mind, the image of a sword gradually emerged. Clang! Almost at the same time, in Noah's outstretched hand, a dazzling light bloomed. The light gradually swelled and slowly elongated into the shape of a sword. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the light immediately dissipated into specks of light. However, a sword appeared in Noah's hand out of thin air. That sword was exactly the same as the image that appeared in Noah's mind. And this sword, the body of the sword was silver, the blade was gold, and the hilt was dark blue. The whole body of the sword was flowing with a bright golden light. Impressively, it was the Excalibur. Tightly holding the sacred sword that he created, Noah's expression was half happy and half worried. Noah was overjoyed because he sensed a power and aura from the copied holy sword that an ordinary weapon definitely didn't have. This sacred sword was definitely not an empty shell. It even had the power of its original form. At this point, Noah was finally sure. The low-level elven magic called Weapon Refinement was not only able to copy, refine, and forge ordinary weapons. This magic could even create treasures, elven equipment, and magical weapons that belonged to the category of weapons. How could Noah not be happy? But he was worried because the sacred sword that Noah created did not have the same power as a real sacred sword. Its level has dropped by at least one level. Noah silently felt the power of the sacred sword in his hand. It is equivalent to a grade B++. Moreover, it can only be maintained for about 10 minutes. Thinking of this, the image of the sacred sword in Noah's mind slowly disappeared. The sacred sword that was quietly lying in Noah's hand suddenly followed the image in Noah's mind and gradually disappeared into thin air. Clang! However, in the next moment, another ray of light bloomed in Noah's hand. However, this time, the ray of light bloomed on Noah's entire arm and condensed into form. When the ray of light dissipated, a pair of gauntlets appeared on Noah's hand. A pair of ferocious dragon claws, with a green jade gauntlet on the back of the gauntlet. It was the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. Even the sacred gear can be created. Noah closed his eyes and felt the power of the gauntlet. However, the multiplier effect can only be stacked 5 times at most. The duration is also only 10 minutes. I can't use the balance breaker either. The power is also weakened. Letting the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear disappear along with the image in his mind, Noah's mind was once again filled with the image of a pair of beautiful light wings. A ray of light flashed behind Noah's back and turned into a pair of white wings that seemed to have been carefully made. The surface of the wings was like a light film that flashed with a faint blue light. Other than the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, divine dividing, that was opposite to the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, what else was there? The halved effect can only be stacked 5 times at most. The duration is still 10 minutes, and I can't use the balance breaker either. In just a moment, Noah knew the limitations of the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, divine dividing. However, as long as it is in the category of a weapon, it can be created. This, I understand. Other than that, Noah also understood another thing. That was, unlike the icy smelting, the reason why the weapon refinement magic was able to replicate and create weapons with power, such as noble artifacts, elven devices, and magical weapons was not because it was discovered as magic by the grace. The reason why the weapon refinement had such a huge change was because of one of Noah's development abilities that had not been used until now. Mystery. This development ability that could allow people to create miracles like God was the reason why the weapon refinement had such a huge change. I still need to continue exploring. For a moment, Noah was immersed in trying out the new power that he had obtained. Chapter 11:11. After the 3 magic slots were filled, Noah also found some time to familiarize himself with the 3 spells: weapon refinement, swords protection, and icy smelting. In elven magic, these 3 spells were respectively ranked as low, medium, and high. After being discovered as magic by Noah's favor, these 3 spells were improved by more than one level in terms of power, level, and practicality. For example, the spell, weapon refinement, could only be used to create normal weapons. Even the elven device could not create the most basic elven magic of the steel attribute. Most elven users would only use this spell as an introductory practice for elven magic. Not many would actually use this low-level elven magic in battle. However, with the support of mystery, this low-level elven magic spell was completely transformed. It was not just normal weapons. As long as it belonged to the category of weapons, then, no matter if it was a noble artifact, an elven device, or a magical weapon, with weapon refinement, it could be created. Although there were thousands of noble artifacts in Noah's treasure vault, if the level of the weapon created by weapon refinement was too high, then there would be issues with level weakening and maintenance time. It seemed to be very useless, but Noah only had noble artifacts. Like Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, and White Dragon Emperor's light wings, Noah did not have any of those. To be able to use weapon refinement to create these sacred gear, even if there were still issues with level weakening and maintenance time, but to be able to use the power of these sacred gear, it was still a gain. Not to mention, Noah still had many worlds that he had not been to. Who knew if there would be more interesting weapons in those worlds? Therefore, the weapon refinement spell was still quite useful. As for the swords protection spell that could weaken physical attacks against Noah, it was also quite useful for Noah, who had the curse resistance and was immune to most mystical powers. As for icy smelting, this steel version of the Eye of Petrification did not need to be mentioned. The only weakness of these 3 spells was that they consumed a lot of mana. Don't forget, it was different from normal magic. The magic in the world of looking for a chance encounter in the dungeon was rather traditional magic. When used, it consumed mana converted from mental strength. Noah's magic power was endless. However, spiritual power was a different story. Of course, thanks to Noah's extraordinary soul, coupled with the specialization of the daybreak star pattern, that could strengthen the mind in the world of absolute dual blades, Noah's mind power could be considered terrifying compared to ordinary people. But naturally, it could not be compared to magic power, divine power, which could be said to be endless. Therefore, this was still a problem. Furthermore, each of the 3 spells had their own limitations. For example, the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, and White Dragon Emperor's light wings, divine dividing, that were created through weapon refinement, could double the strength and reduce the strength 5 times each. However, the limitation of being able to double and reduce the strength once every 10 seconds meant that they were destined to be very limited in actual combat. Similarly, although icy smelting could turn people into steel in an instant, even if only a part of the body was turned into steel, Noah could directly crush that part of the steel, causing great damage to the enemy. It seemed very terrifying, but there were other ways to resist it. Just like in the world of the shaped moon, perhaps the enemy's power was too strong, so it could weaken the effect of this spell to a certain extent, or even make it ineffective. Therefore, among the 3 spells, only the swords protection spell did not have so many restrictions. In general, the extent of the power of these 3 spells depended on how Noah used them. Although for the current Noah, adding 3 more spells wouldn't increase his strength by too much, Linley thought to himself, that's right. After all, it was only 3 spells. After spending some time familiarizing himself with these 3 spells, Noah began his busy life. To be more precise, it was under the supervision of Mira, Lisanna, and the others that he lived a busy life. I'm back. After coming in from outside, Noah slowly exhaled and greeted his companions in the guild. Big brother Noah, welcome back. Lisanna, who was busy at the bar, immediately put down what she was doing and took out a thick stack of papers from the bar counter. She smiled sweetly in front of Noah. Is the work done? Yes. Noah nodded. It's not very difficult work, I've already finished it. Is that so? Lisanna nodded thoughtfully, then took out a piece of paper from the stack of papers in her arms and handed it to Noah with a smile. Then, the next job is this. More? Noah's face was bitter. I've already done 3 missions today. Well, those 3 missions are just a piece of cake for big brother Noah. Why don't you do more? Lisanna looked as if she was worried about her husband's career. After stuffing the commission into Noah's arms, she pushed Noah out. Anyway, big brother Noah doesn't look tired at all. There's nothing to do in the guild anyway, so work harder. Yes, yes, yes. Noah could only helplessly take the commission and leave the guild under Lisanna's smiling gaze. Mira, who was also busy at the bar counter, smiled knowingly. The rest of the companions looked at each other. Why does it feel like Noah has been working recently? Lucy asked curiously. Could it be that Noah is short on money? Who knows? Gray crossed his arms and teased. Maybe he's planning to collect money for a wedding. That's hard to say. Wedding? When she found that her friends were looking at her strangely, she coughed awkwardly and pretended to be serious and said, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Unfortunately, this time, you guessed wrong. Noah is busy with work because of something very important. Something very important? Naz, who was gnawing on a drumstick, turned his head while eating. What's the matter? Have you all forgotten? Elisha frowned and reminded them. This year's that one is coming again. That one? Naz and Gray were stunned together. Then, they thought of something and their faces changed. They got up abruptly and screamed. Oh 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 oh. I forgot. Suddenly, both Naz and Gray rushed to the notice board with amazing momentum. They tore off a commission order and rushed to the front of the bar counter. Mira. I want to take this mission. Me too. I'll take this. Yes. Myra's smile was still gentle. Please take care. So, Naz and Gray rushed out and almost bumped into Wendy, who had just come in from outside and was still holding Xia Lulu in her arms. Wendy was shocked. The fuss of Naz and Gray seemed to have attracted the attention of the rest of the members in the guild. After a while, the entire guild became lively. It seems that Naz and Gray have finally started to go crazy. With Noah, this year should be very interesting, right? We can't lose. Yeah. In conversations similar to the above, some people continued to talk and laugh, while others, like Naz and Gray, rushed to the mission board where the commission order was posted, and it became crowded. Seeing this scene, Wendy and Lucy were puzzled. Seeing Wendy and Lucy's puzzled look, Elisha smiled. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Just look forward to it first. Wendy and Lucy looked at each other and could only nod their heads. In the corner of the guild, Kana, who was holding a wine barrel, was looking in the direction of the mission board with a gloomy face. Chapter 11-12. As the entire fairy tale fell into an unprecedented situation, or perhaps it could be said to be as lively and noisy as ever, in the following period of time, many sorcerers in the guild, including Noah, began to crazily complete quests. For example, Naz, Gray, Elfman, and even Lebby, the first-rate members and potential members of Fairy Tale, had recently vented all their passion and time on missions. On the other hand, Makeo, Wakaba, Wendy, Lucy, and the rest of the Fairy Tale veterans and rookies were the same as before. they still did what they were supposed to do. At most, they would complain about Naz, Gray, and the others making a ruckus. As for the S-rank magic shooters like Alyssa, Mira, Kildas, and the rest of the fairy tale S-rank magic shooters, it was as if they were looking at their former selves. They silently watched the crowd fall into a frenzy for the sake of the mission, and from time to time, they would smile knowingly. Only Lisanna seemed to have really become Noah's housekeeper. Whenever Noah went out to do missions, she would help Noah find missions of good difficulty and reward in advance. When Noah returned, she would hand those missions over to Noah, becoming the standard virtuous wife. It wasn't just Lisanna. Even Mira would sometimes pay special attention to Noah's mission progress. Just like Lisanna, she looked as if she couldn't wait for Noah to be busier and complete more missions. This made Noah begin to suspect whether the two delicate fiancés really wanted him to raise money for their wedding. Fortunately, Noah had just obtained 3 new magic spells, and was in the experimental and exploratory stage. The accumulation of a large number of tasks also gave Noah a lot of opportunities to practice. Hence, he managed to master the 3 new magic spells like the back of his hand. Seeing that even Naz, Gray, Elfman, and Lebby had fallen into a vortex of crazily completing missions, Noah's curiosity towards that so-called thing in his heart grew, and he actually began to look forward to it. This kind of life was maintained for quite a long time. It ended abruptly as well. On this day, Noah had yet to wake up when the door to his room was gently opened. As expected, he's still not up yet. Mira walked in from outside the door and looked at Noah, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. She smiled gently and deliberately slowed down her footsteps and quietly walked into the room. In fact, Mira knew that even if she didn't deliberately go easy on him, Noah still wouldn't wake up. Although she didn't know the existence of Noah's sensory ability, she knew that if someone approached Noah with hostility, malice, or killing intent, they would definitely wake Noah up in an instant. On the contrary, Noah had been sleeping on the same bed as Mira and Lisanna, who couldn't be any more familiar with him. Unless they deliberately made a sound, Noah would be at ease and appear unguarded. Coming to the bedside, Mira was just about to wake Noah up when she suddenly thought of something and gently lifted Noah's blanket. On top of Noah's body, a young elf girl with long silver hair that reached her waist was hugging Noah's neck. She was also in a state of deep sleep and seemed to be very peaceful. Mira was already used to this and only muttered in a slightly reproachful voice. "At least, you should let Aster wear clothes, right?" Almost every morning, Aster would remove his sword form and transform back into his human form, burrowing into Noah's bed under the pretext of accompanying him to sleep. If it weren't for the recent missions, either Mira or Lisanna would wake Noah up in the morning. When Aster woke up, he would definitely have the mission of waking Noah up. Moreover, he would do it in a way that would make Mira and Lisanna envious. But recently, this mission had been taken over by Mira and Lisanna. Even Wendy couldn't get in on it, much to Aster's dissatisfaction. Moreover, Aster was someone who got jealous easily and had rich feelings that were far from what he appeared to be on the surface. Recently, he had been at loggerheads with Noah quite a bit. Of course, in the eyes of others, Aster's loggerheads were all kinds of cute. That was why even Lisanna couldn't bring herself to hate Aster, let alone the gentle and kind Mira. On the contrary, she liked the petite and cute Aster and almost raised her as her own daughter. Mira stroked Aster's head lightly, then looked at Noah and shook his body. "Noah, it's time to wake up." Noah's brows were clearly furrowed, but he didn't wake up. Instead, he slept even more soundly. "Don't sleep, Noah." Mira could only increase her strength. "Today is a very important day. You can't sleep anymore." "Ugh." Noah finally let out a groggy sound. His eyelids fluttered a few times, but in the end, he didn't wake up. "Seriously," Mira said helplessly. "If you don't wake up soon, I'm going to do something bad." With that, Mira looked at Noah's lips. Her eyes flickered a few times, and she couldn't help but kiss them lightly. However, before Mira could leave Noah's lips, one of Noah's hands suddenly reached out and grabbed Myra's slender waist. In turn, he pried open Myra's teeth and captured her lips and tongue. Ugh. Mira didn't know what to do and subconsciously struggled. After a while, she stopped and closed her eyes, passively accepting Noah's domineering kiss. After an unknown amount of time, Noah and Mira's lips finally parted slowly. Ha! Mira couldn't help but gasp. Then, she saw Noah's slightly mischievous gaze and smile. How was he as muddle-headed as before? Noah had clearly woken up a long time ago and was purposely messing with Mira. Realizing this, Mira puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. Noah, you've become naughty. Is that so? Looking at Mira's cute puffed-up cheeks, Noah couldn't help but reach out and pinch Mira's nose. Then, do you like it? I hate it the most. Mira rolled her eyes at Noah. Then, she knocked on Noah's chest. Hurry up and let go. Now. Noah blinked. Can't we stay like this for a while longer? No, Mira reached out her finger and tapped Noah's nose. The anger on her face turned back to her usual gentleness. If you don't let go, someone is going to get angry. After saying this, a cold gaze landed on Noah. Noah's eyelids twitched. He stiffened his neck and looked to the side. There, Aster looked at Noah without saying a word. His entire body was filled with an indescribable boldness. That boldness was all transformed from anger. Because, in order to tease Mira, Noah squeezed the sleeping Aster out when he hugged Mira. While this woke Aster up, it also made him angry. Master. Aster stared at Noah expressionlessly. I was squeezed out. That. Noah laughed dryly. I didn't do it on purpose, Master. Aster still stared at Noah expressionlessly. I was squeezed out. The corner of Noah's mouth twitched as he said resentfully. That's why I didn't do it on purpose, Master. Aster interrupted Noah's explanation and stared at Noah. I was squeezed out. Okay. Noah could only helplessly lower his head. It's my fault, Aster. Forgive me. Only then did Aster's cold expression slightly ease up, making Mira unable to restrain a smile. Aster glanced at Mira. Then, he hugged Noah's neck and declared. This is my master. I won't steal Aster's master. Mira smiled. She extended her hand and gently stroked Aster's head. However, Noah belongs to all of us. You can't monopolize him. At that moment, even Aster couldn't resist Mira's gentle aura. He was speechless. Seeing this, Noah couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that there was finally someone who could control this slightly willful sword spirit. Chapter 11:13. After playing around for a while, Aster transformed back into the form of a small sword and was pinned to the back of Noah's waist. By the way. Under Mira's service, Noah obediently allowed Mira to help him put on his clothes like a newlywed wife. Suddenly, he recalled Mira's words. Lowering his head, he looked at Mira who was helping him tidy up his collar and said. You just said that today is a very important day. What day is it? Do you want to know? Mira didn't even raise her head. She still helped Noah tidy up his clothes and smiled slightly. When you go down, you will know. Go down. Noah was a little curious. Did anything happen? It's a good thing. Mira said with a smile. Soon, you will know that the hard work during this period of time is worth it. Listening to Mira's words that seemed to be pretending to be mysterious and deliberately whetting his appetite, Noah could only shrug, but he was looking forward to it in his heart. No matter what, during this period of time, Noah did work hard to complete a lot of commissions, so much so that he earned about 10 million in remuneration alone. If the result of such hard work couldn't be exchanged for a sufficient surprise, it would be too disappointing, wouldn't it? After dressing and washing up, Noah took Mira downstairs and came to the guild hall on the first floor. As soon as he stepped into the guild hall, many people turned their attention to Noah. Coming. Nazi looked particularly excited. His eyes looking at Noah were even full of fighting spirit. Very good, I'm burning. You're the only one left, Noah. Gray's mood seemed to be much higher than before, and he grinned at Noah. Sure enough, only this time is exciting. In addition to Naz and Gray, Lucy, who was on the side, had a puzzled look on her face. She almost had the word, "what," engraved on her face. As for Elisha, it was rare that she was not present. Wendy was the only one who trotted to Noah with small steps. She raised her head and gave Noah a cheerful smile. "Good morning, Brother Noah." "Good morning, Wendy." Noah reached out and patted Wendy's head out of habit. "You're very energetic today too." "Yes." Wendy nodded her head heavily. Her mood was much better than before. "Because everyone in the guild seems to be very excited today." Noah only noticed it after Wendy mentioned it. At this very moment, almost all the sorcerers of Fairy Tale were gathered in one place. They did not go out to work, nor did they eat and drink, nor did they chat. Instead, they were gathered together, restless as they discussed something. In Fairy Tale, there was a stage that looked like a stage. Now, the stage was covered by a curtain, as if there was some kind of program being prepared. A group of sorcerers from Fairy Tale were gathered in front of the stage. Looking at the stage covered by the curtain and the scene of his companions gathering together, Noah could not help but stare blankly. "What's going on?" As soon as his voice fell, a clear voice responded to Noah's question. "Later, the chairman will have something important to announce." As she said this, Lysana appeared behind Noah without anyone noticing. She jumped onto Noah's back and hugged his neck. "Good morning, Brother Noah." "Good morning, Lysana." Noah could not hide his curiosity as he asked. "Is it related to the work you've been doing for me all this time?" "Of course." Lysana pressed her cheek against Noah's cheek. Her intimate appearance made Wendy extremely envious. "Big Brother Noah, you will soon know that your efforts during this period of time were definitely not in vain." Noah nodded expectantly, causing Mira, who was beside him, to grin. "Then, you guys chat first. I have to go and prepare." After saying this, she did not give Noah time to react and directly left in the direction of the stage. "Oh, right." Noah looked around. "Why don't I see Elisha?" "Now that you mention it, Brother Noah." Wendy looked around the room. "Indeed, I don't see Miss Elisha." "It's not just Elisha, Kildas is not here either." Lysana jumped down from Noah's back and came to Noah's side with a sweet smile. "But later, all the S-rank magic shooters in the guild will be gathered." "All of them?" Noah raised an eyebrow. It seemed that something important was going to happen today. As time passed, the atmosphere in the guild became more and more lively. Noah, Lysana, and Wendy chatted intermittently. It was rare for them to be so relaxed. Until a certain moment, an old but powerful voice resounded throughout the entire guild. "Everyone, be quiet." Along with this voice, all the magic shooters in the guild quivered and quietened down. Noah also raised his head and looked in the direction of the stage. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the curtain on the high platform slowly rose. In the next moment, a few figures appeared on the stage one after another. The one in the lead was naturally Makarov. Behind Makarov, 4 figures stood side by side. Elisha, Mira, Kildas. The 3 active S-rank magic shooters belonging to Fairy Tale were led by Makarov, the guild's president, and lined up behind him. In addition to Elisha, Mira, and Kildas, there was one more person. A person who surprised everyone present. Noah, in particular, almost subconsciously cried out in surprise. Laxus. Impressively, it was the president of Fairy Tale, the grandson of Makarov, one of the 10 Saint Magi, and Noah's sworn brother, Laxus Doria. Laxus. Naz, Gray, Lucy, and the others were shocked. Even Lysana didn't seem to know that Laxus would appear here and exclaimed, "Why is he here?" "Oh." Wendy looked at Laxus's fierce face and somewhat shrunk behind Noah's back. "It feels a little scary, On the other hand, Laxus ignored the noise of the crowd and cast his gaze on Noah with a somewhat violent smile on his face. "Looks like you've been doing well recently." "You?" Noah was startled. "Why are you here?" "Why what?" Laxus crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "I just came back." "Wasn't the time set by you?" "I set it." Noah frowned at first, then finally remembered. Last time, because of the trouble Laxus had caused, when Makarov had planned to expel Laxus from the guild, Noah had protected Laxus in the name of the next president. It was only a symbolic punishment of confinement for a period of time. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that the confinement time had indeed come. "As soon as I was released, I was caught by Grandpa," Laxus said to Noah, as if he found it troublesome, but also as if he was eager to give it a try. "But this is good too. If you want to become an S-rank archmage, let me be your obstacle." "S-rank archmage?" Noah raised an eyebrow. Seeing that the atmosphere between Noah and Laxus was no longer as dangerous as before, Makarov was happy in his heart. At the same time, he coughed dryly, looked at everyone below the high platform, and said in a clear voice, "According to the rules of fairy tale since ancient times, now, I will announce the list of candidates for the S-rank Archmage promotion exam." The whole audience suddenly went silent. "Oh!" In the next second, deafening cheers resounded throughout Fairy Tale. S-rank Archmage promotion exam. Lucy, Wendy, and the others who had just joined the guild were completely shocked. Not to mention Lucy and Wendy, even Noah had a look of amazement on his face. S-rank Archmage promotion exam. Has it already reached this stage? Chapter 11-14. The S-rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test. As the name implied, it was a test that would allow those who passed to be promoted to the highest rank in the guild, S-rank. In Fairy Tale, there were only 4 S-rank magic shooters in active service. Elusha, Mira, Kildas, and Laxus, a total of 4. Every single one of these 4 people possessed extremely powerful strength. Among them, Kildas and Laxus even had the ability to become one of the 10 great Saint Magi. Elusha was also not far from becoming one of the 10 great Saint Magi. Even Mira had strength that the other magic shooters in Fairy Tale did not have, and there was no need to doubt her battle prowess. Becoming an S-rank magic shooter meant that one would be on the same level as the 4 of them. In addition, becoming an S-rank magic shooter meant standing at the forefront of the entire guild. They could also undertake S-rank missions, SS-rank missions, 10-year missions, and even 100-year missions, and other missions with high difficulty and generous rewards. In this way, who wouldn't want to gain both fame and fortune? Other guilds aside, in Fairy Tale, every year there would be an S-rank magic shooter advancement test. There was no limit to the number of candidates, the venue was not fixed, and the content was unknown. It would only be announced after the list of candidates for the S-rank magic shooter advancement test was finalized. To be selected, one not only needed to have a certain amount of strength, but also a certain amount of experience, as well as the approval of the guild leader and the guild members. Why did Mira and Lisanna let Noah spend all his time on work during this period? It was to let Noah have enough experience to qualify for the S-rank magic shooter advancement test. I see. Noah glanced at the smiling Lisanna and said helplessly. So they made me work so hard for the S-rank magic shooter advancement test. It was impossible for Noah, who had grown up in Fairy Tale, to not know about the S-rank magic shooter advancement test. However, after being away for so long, Noah had long forgotten that the S-rank magic shooter advancement test was held every year at this time. That was why he hadn't reacted to it. Now that he understood what was going on, Noah's eyes could not help but flash with some excitement. As mentioned before, Noah would sooner or later take over the position of Fairy Tale's guild leader. He would inherit the guild from Makarov and protect this place that was equivalent to Noah's home. As for the previous 3 presidents of Fairy Tale, almost all of them were famous figures. If Noah were to become the 4th guild leader, he could not let his position fall. That was why Noah's initial goal was to become an S-rank magic shooter. Now, the moment had finally arrived. Even Noah couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, Makarov began to announce the list of candidates for the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test. This year, there are a total of 7 Magic Shooter Advancement Magic Shooters. The Magic Shooter Mira, Magic Shooter Mira, Magic Shooter, Magic Shooters, 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 Magic Shooter, Magic Shooter, Shooters, clank. Suddenly, a curtain of light shot out from the crystal ball and hovered in midair. On the light screen, there were 7 portraits of people. Below each person's portrait, there was a name. Noah Doria. Nazdo Lagner. Gray Falpast. Elfman Strauss. Gadgeru Wrightfox. Julianne Rocks. Katrina Arapolona. A total of 7 names appeared on the screen together with the portraits of Noah and the other magic shooters, and were imprinted in the eyes of everyone present. That was the list of candidates for this year's S-Rank Magic Shooter Promotion Exam. That's great! Naz shouted excitedly. Why am I behind Naz? Gray said with a smile on his face. Be a man. You should become an S-Rank Magic Shooter. Elfman clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. I didn't expect that when I saw that guy busy with work, I couldn't help but get busy as well. I was actually selected. Gadgeru grinned and glanced in Noah's direction. He was also somewhat excited. Why? Why is Julianne included as well? Julianne also glanced at Noah, but shrunk his head. Just like before, he was still somewhat afraid of Noah. Only Katrina was not too excited, nor did she show any expression. She just closed her eyes, and the atmosphere around her was more or less heavy. Katrina. Lucy looked at Katrina with some worry and secretly decided to have a good chat with Katrina after this. As for Noah, he was deep in thought as he looked at the light screen that displayed the names of the 7 people. Almost all of them are people below S rank in the guild who are active on the front lines. Wasn't that right? Apart from Noah, Naz, Gray, Elfman, Gadgeru, Julianne, and Katrina were all the strongest magic shooters in Fairy Tail apart from the S-Rank magic shooters. Noah was not surprised that there was such a group of people who could be selected for the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test. Originally, in Laxus's Thor gang, there were 3 people like Fried, Bikesro, and Ibarglin who were at the front lines. If they had worked hard, there should have been 1 or 2 people who could have been selected, Lisanna said with some regret. However, due to Rax's confinement, Fried and the others insisted on accompanying him no matter what. During this period of time, they didn't have any work to do and weren't active enough. That's why they were eliminated. Noah nodded in understanding and cast his gaze on the high platform. There, Makarov raised the crutch in his hand and pointed at the light screen next to him. The selected magic shooters will have a period of preparation time. Before the preparation time is over, everyone must choose a partner in the guild. Partner? Noah's heart skipped a beat. In other words, the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test this time is actually a pair of 2. That's right. On the high platform, Elusha nodded and affirmed Noah's words. There are 2 rules for choosing partners. First, you can't choose an S-Rank Magic Shooter as your partner. Second, you must be a magic shooter in the guild. Then, where is the test venue? Gray raised his hand. Where is the test venue? Hearing this, Mira, who was holding the crystal ball in her hand, smiled. This year's test venue is Celestial Wolf Island. Celestial Wolf Island? Everyone suddenly became thoughtful. Celestial Wolf Island? Noah was a little surprised. According to Noah, our guild's first chairman seems to still exist on Celestial Wolf Island. Makarov said in a loud voice. Therefore, this time's test venue was chosen on Celestial Wolf Island to let the first chairman witness the growth of the new generation of Fairy Tail. Do you all understand? Yes. The magic shooters in the guild responded loudly. Perhaps it was precisely because they wanted to let the first chairman of Fairy Tail witness the growth of the new generation in the guild that the candidates for the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test this time were the best in the guild in terms of battle prowess. Otherwise, a sorcerer like Levi, who had been working hard recently, should have been able to get 1 or 2 people selected because of her active activities. As for the specific test content, it will be announced after we depart for Celestial Wolf Island. Elisha suddenly smiled. One thing is certain, and that is, in front of you, there is a checkpoint set by us S-rank magic shooters waiting for you to challenge. That's right. This sentence made all the candidates, except for Noah, break out in a cold sweat. Laxus looked at Noah with an imposing smile on his face. I'll be waiting for you on Celestial Wolf Island. Hearing Lax's words, Noah also smiled, not to be outdone. Anytime. At this point, the S-rank magic shooter advancement test officially began. Chapter 11:15. If it's me, of course, it's hubby. Not long after the announcement of the S-rank magic shooter promotion exam, Nazi raised his head and puffed out his chest and shouted. Besides hubby, who else is suitable to be my partner? Love. Hubby was also full of fighting spirit and raised a hand. I will definitely make Nazi an S-rank magic shooter. Is it that easy? Lucy was not optimistic about Nazi. This time, Noah will be taking part in the S-rank magic shooter promotion exam. Yes. Wendy also expressed her own opinion, which was rare for her. Brother Noah is the best. He will definitely become an S-rank magic shooter. That's not necessarily true. Gray glanced at Noah and grinned. The content of the exam is not necessarily a battle. Even if it is a battle, we won't easily admit defeat. That's right. Elfman made a perfect posture to show his muscles. A real man shouldn't admit defeat before the battle even begins. Or rather, I will never lose. Nazi pointed to Noah, who was sitting innocently at the side, and made a declaration. Noah, just you wait. After that, Nazi no longer said anything and ran straight out of the door. Since you have decided, then don't waste time. Hurry up and practice. Love. Hubby flew out without any hesitation. Together with Nazi, they disappeared in the direction of the door in the blink of an eye. That idiot. Gray had a look of contempt on his face. There is not much time left before the S-rank magic shooter promotion exam. How much strength can he gain by practicing at this time? When the time comes, his body will be damaged and he will suffer. Well, that's Nazi's style. Noah smiled. If he is allowed to sit idle in the guild and at home, then his state may weaken. That's true. Lucy couldn't help but smile, and then she looked at Noah curiously. Then, Noah, have you decided on your partner? Do you even need to ask? Gray asked as if he already knew the answer. Since the S-rank magic shooter promotion exam can't choose an active S-rank magic shooter as a partner, without Mira, Noah's partner must be Lysana, right? Aha! Wendy laughed in agreement. After all, she is his fiancée. However, when everyone thought that Noah's partner was Lysana, Noah shrugged. Unfortunately, you guessed it. My partner is not Lysana. Not Lysana. Wendy, Lucy, Gray, and the others were stunned. Obviously, no one thought of this possibility. What's wrong? Noah asked. Is it strange that I am not Lysana? That's right, Lysana, who was sitting next to Noah, also protested. It's not like I can only be brother Noah's partner, right? But, isn't this too strange? Lucy said, not surprised. It's fine if it's Noah, but Lysana doesn't want to be Noah's partner. What do you mean it's fine if it's Noah? Lysana puffed up her cheeks and said with some dissatisfaction. Don't make it sound like I can't leave brother Noah, okay? Lysana, who said this, kept sticking to Noah's side, unwilling to leave. It was not persuasive at all. Then, Elfman added this sentence to expose Lysana's identity. Lysana originally wanted to be Noah's partner, but I, as a man, begged her for a long time before she reluctantly agreed to be my partner. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Brother Elfman. Lysana glared at Elfman angrily. Why did you expose me? What do you mean by expose? Elfman said matter-of-factly. A man should be upright and honest. But I'm not a man. Lysana almost went crazy. Seeing this, everyone smiled knowingly. Then, they all reacted. Does this mean that Lysana will be Elfman's partner? Lucy looked at Noah curiously. Then, Noah, have you decided on your partner? Yes. Noah nodded and then looked at Wendy, who was sitting on the other side of him. He reached out and put his hand on her head. I've decided that Wendy will be my partner. This time, not only Lucy and Gray, but also Lysana and Elfman were surprised. Me? Wendy herself couldn't help but be startled. When she finally reacted, her eyes widened in an instant, and she was at a loss for what to do. Obviously, she didn't expect Noah to choose her to be his partner. What's wrong? Noah blinked at Wendy. Wendy, are you not willing to be my partner? Of course not. Wendy answered without thinking. But after a while, she lowered her head and pointed at her fingers. But I'm not as good as everyone else. I can't help Brother Noah at all. That's where you're wrong, Wendy. Noah patted Wendy's head and said. You're a magic shooter of the Dragon Slayer. Even if your battle strength isn't guaranteed, your magic shooter of the Dragon Slayer is the real deal. It can provide support in all aspects, and I don't lack battle strength. With you helping me, I'll be more at ease. Really? Wendy's expression was like the sun after the rain, and she became excited. I understand. I'll do my best to help Brother Noah. Good girl. Noah rubbed Wendy's head dotingly, causing her to blush. But she didn't look unwilling at all. Instead, she looked like she was enjoying it. That's great. Lysana looked on enviously. I also want to be in Brother Noah's team. Wait, Lysana. Elfman immediately protested. You've already agreed to be my partner. A man has to keep his word. That's why I'm not a man. Lysana felt weak all over. Oh, I shouldn't have agreed to it when I saw how pitiful it was that Brother Elfman couldn't find a partner. Hearing that, everyone laughed out loud. Seeing the happy smiles on his companions' faces, Noah smiled as well. His gaze, however, turned to the door and looked at the sky outside. Celestial Wolf Island? To Noah, Celestial Wolf Island wasn't just the holy land of fairy tale and the resting place of the first chairman. It was also a turning point in his life. It was on Celestial Wolf Island that Noah first encountered the world fragment and met the first chairman, Mavis. From then on, he embarked on his journey to various worlds. That was why Celestial Wolf Island was a very special place to Noah. However, when he thought of that island that was like a paradise, Noah didn't know why he felt uneasy. Lysana, who noticed that something was wrong with Noah, asked curiously. Brother Noah, what's wrong? Lysana's voice attracted everyone's attention to Noah. What's wrong? Gray deliberately teased. Don't tell me you're nervous. Nervous? Lucy seemed to be amused as she waved her hand. How could Noah be nervous? This time, the person most likely to pass the S-rank magic shooter promotion exam is Noah, right? Even a man will be nervous, Elfman said seriously. If he's nervous, then it proves that Noah is a man. What are you talking about? Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. After hesitating for a while, he frankly told them what was on his mind. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that something will happen in this S-rank advancement test. Something is going to happen. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Aren't you thinking too much? Gray patted Noah's shoulder. Heavenly Wolf Island is our guild's holy land. Aside from our guild members, nobody else knows how to get to the island. Not to mention, you won't be the only one participating in this test. The guild leader, Elusa, and Mira will be there as well. Even Kildas and Raxas will be there. What could possibly happen? That's right, Wendy said softly. Brother Noah, don't worry. Is that so? Noah nodded casually. I hope so. The absent-minded Noah didn't notice that Kana, who was rarely not hugging a wine bottle or barrel, was looking at him with sparkling eyes. Chapter 11:16. The S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test would officially begin in a week's time. Before that, there was a whole week's time for the members selected for the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test to prepare. This period of time should be used to determine the partners of the selected members. However, in less than a week's time, almost everyone's partners had already been decided. Noah and Wendy were in a group. Naz and Habi were in a group. Elfman and Lisanna were in a group. These three groups were the fastest to decide on their partners. After that, Noah found out who the other people had chosen as partners. First of all, Gadula's partner was Lily. For some reason, ever since Lily joined Fairy Tail, Gadulu and Lily had been hanging out together. They even teamed up when they worked, and it was as if they regretted not having met earlier. Therefore, this time, Gadulu did not hesitate to choose Lily as his partner. Lily also agreed without any hesitation and officially formed a team. After that, Julian chose Levi as his partner. According to his companions in the guild, ever since he came to Fairy Tail, Julian had been traumatized by Noah's beating. He had chosen to quietly stay in a corner of the guild and did not communicate with anyone. And the one who broke this state was Levi. Levi was the first person in Fairy Tail to strike up a conversation with Julian and become friends with him. Thus, under Levi's lead, Julian gradually began to integrate into the guild. Naturally, Julian chose Levi as his partner, and the kind-hearted Levi did not have any intention of refusing and directly agreed. In the end, Gray's partner was Freed. Due to Lox's confinement, Freed hadn't been very active in the guild recently. As a result, even though he possessed strength comparable to many of the people who had been selected for the S-Rank Great Wizard Advancement Test, he hadn't been selected. However, even though he was not selected, as a partner, Freed was definitely the best choice. Therefore, Gray specifically sought out Thor Castle and invited Freed to become his partner. Considering that Laxus would also be heading to Skywolf Island, Freed didn't reject Gray's invitation. At this point, apart from Kana, the partners of the other 6 candidates for the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test had all been chosen. On the other hand, Elisha, Mira, Kildas, Laxus, and the other active S-Rank Archmages went to Skywolf Island first to set up the venue for the S-Rank Archmage Advancement Test. They even brought Bikesro, Alba, and Jerlin there, leaving only the president, Makarov, to wait for a week to pass before bringing the candidates to Skywolf Island. After all, there was a very secretive barrier set up around Celestial Wolf Island that could prevent any magic from detecting its existence. If he wanted to enter Skywolf Island, he could only do so on his feet and rely on his eyes. Therefore, apart from the higher-ups of Fairy Tail who already knew the location of Skywolf Island, the rest didn't know where it was. It was also very necessary for Makarov to stay behind to lead the way. Just as the entire guild was in a lively discussion about the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Test, Noah walked out of the guild's gate alone. Looking at the distant horizon, his mind became more and more restless. Sure enough, something big will definitely happen on this trip to Skywolf Island. After all, Noah's sixth sense was directly linked to some of the world's wills and hints. It couldn't be more accurate. Since it could make Noah so restless for no reason, then something big was definitely going to happen. Something that even Noah had no choice but to treat seriously. Thinking of this, Noah's pitch-black eyes couldn't help but flicker. What exactly is going to happen? Just as he finished speaking, a voice responded to Noah's words. Do you also think that something will happen on Skywolf Island? Hearing this voice, Noah was startled at first, then he turned his head and looked behind him. What appeared in front of Noah's eyes was a figure that even Noah couldn't help but be surprised. Since you already know what will happen on this trip to Skywolf Island, why did you still bring Wendy along? Spreading out a pair of wings, Xia Lulu, who was flying in the air, asked Noah in an extremely angry manner. If that's the case, won't Wendy be involved in a very dangerous situation? Hearing this, Noah frowned slightly and looked straight at Xia Lulu. Do you know what will happen on Skywolf Island? I don't know. Xia Lulu bit her lip and said rather helplessly. I can only see some very scattered fragments, very bad fragments. Fragments? Noah asked doubtfully. What do you mean? The Queen of the Transcendence should have told you that she has some kind of ability to predict the future, right? Xia Lulu said. Although I don't know why, I seem to have this ability too. Xia Lulu's words made Noah's heart skip a beat. I don't know what will happen on Sky Wolf Island, but I can be sure that it won't be anything good. Xia Lulu's face was tense. Even if that's the case, do you still want to let Wendy go to such a dangerous place? Regardless of whether there is danger on Sky Wolf Island or not, it would be more reassuring to have Wendy by my side, right? Noah relaxed his furrowed brows and looked at Xia Lulu. Or, if I don't bring Wendy by my side and let you accompany her, do you have a way to ensure that Wendy will be fine if something happens? Xia Lulu was instantly speechless. Since we've already confirmed that something will happen on Sky Wolf Island, then I have to make this trip. Noah glanced at Xia Lulu. If you don't feel at ease, then you can come with me. Then let's do this. Xia Lulu muttered to herself for a while and could only agree helplessly. When the time comes, I'll go with you. After saying this, Xia Lulu turned around and flew back into the guild. After watching Xia Lulu leave, Noah was just about to follow her back into the guild when another figure walked out. Noah stopped in his tracks. Kana. Noah's call did not attract Kana's attention. No. It should be said that from the beginning, Kana had been watching Noah and was walking towards Noah. It was obvious that she was coming for Noah. However, what made Noah stop in his tracks was not Kana's approach, but the expression on Kana's face. It was as if she was in a dilemma, as if she was about to say something difficult. It was a very complicated and struggling expression. Noah could not ignore this expression. Thus, Noah stopped in his tracks. Under such circumstances, Kana arrived in front of Noah, but her eyes did not dare to look in his direction. She lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Noah. Noah, Kana. Noah looked straight at Kana. What's the matter? Kana tightened her arms and spoke with difficulty. Can I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Noah nodded without hesitation. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you. These words made Kana's eyes become gloomy and uncertain. After a while, Kana finally raised her head and looked straight at Noah. Even if I ask you to give up on the S-Rank High Mage Advancement exam, will it still be the same? Give up on the S-Rank High Mage Advancement exam? Noah froze. I have to become an S-Rank High Mage. Kana bit her lips. But if you are here, I feel that I won't have a chance of winning. Thus, Kana could only ask Noah to give up on the S-Rank High Mage Advancement exam. Noah understood her meaning. The reason? Noah was silent for a while before speaking. What's the reason? Kana was silent. But Noah could feel the struggle in Kana's heart. After a while, Kana's body suddenly relaxed and she forced a smile. I'm sorry, forget what I just said. Leaving behind these words, Kana returned to the guild without looking back. Looking at Katana's back, Noah's eyebrows furrowed tightly. What was going on? Chapter 11:17. It would be a lie to say that Noah didn't care about Kana's abnormality. Although she wasn't as close as Alusha and Gray, Kana was Noah's childhood friend. They were partners that grew up together, so how could he not care about Kana's abnormality? Thus, after that, Noah always wanted to talk to Kana again. Who knew, maybe Kana already knew about Noah's plans, but in the following week, she didn't show her face in the guild at all. Noah even went to Kana's place to look for her, but in the end, Kana didn't seem to be at home, so Noah could only give up helplessly. Later, Noah found out that Kana had actually been staying at Lucy's house for the past week. After that, he heard the news that Kana and Lucy had formed a team. With no other choice, Noah could only give up and plan to take one step at a time. After all, other than Kana's matter, Noah still had a lot of things to take care of. For example, after knowing that something big would definitely happen on Heavenly Wolf Island, Noah naturally had to do a lot of investigation and preparation. Another example was because almost all of the elites in Fairy Tail would leave the guild and head to Heavenly Wolf Island, causing Fairy Tail's defense to become unprecedentedly low. Noah also had to check Fairy Tail's defense system. In the past, in order to prevent Fairy Tail from being destroyed by others, Noah had carved many runes into the building materials when the guild was being rebuilt, forming an extremely complete rune magic defense system. This time, in order to be safe, Noah had spent a lot of money. He had spent all of the tens of millions that he had worked hard to earn to buy a large pile of magic crystals with the largest storage capacity. He gave them to Makao and Wakaba for them to use when necessary. With such a large amount of magic crystals, even if the Fairy Tail's defensive system remained active, it would still be able to last for nearly 10 years. This way, even if something really happened, as long as Fairy Tail's high mages hid in the guild, their safety would be guaranteed. After doing all this, Noah was more or less relieved. Actually, the best way was to propose to Makarov to cancel the S-rank high mage advancement test. But what was the reason for canceling it? Because Noah's intuition told him that something big was about to happen? Because of Xia Lulu's incomplete foresight ability, she saw some incomplete fragments. Such a weak reason was definitely not enough for Makarov to cancel the guild's most important S-rank high mage advancement test. In addition, Noah believed that rather than cowering and deliberately hiding, it would solve the problem from the root. Thus, in the end, Noah didn't propose to cancel the S-rank high mage advancement test. Just like that, a week's time passed. On the boundless ocean, a ship was braving the wind and waves, sailing straight ahead. Walala. The sound of the waves was incessant. Oh! 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 The cries of the seagulls seemed to have a rhythm that constantly reverberated in the air. The scorching sun sprinkled down from the horizon and shone on the slowly moving ship, causing the air to more or less distort. One could imagine how high the temperature was at this time. Because of the airflow, the temperature here was high all year round. Thus, if one wanted to go to Celestial Wolf Island, it was absolutely unavoidable that they would have to endure the high temperature here for a period of time. Because of this, on the entire deck, almost all of the candidates for the S-rank magic shooter promotion exam in Fairy Tail were wearing swimsuits, looking dispirited. It's so hot. Lisanna complained as she stuck a frozen drink bottle to her face. Why is it still so hot here? In the past, Lisanna had come to Celestial Wolf Island with Noah once. At that time, Lisanna was extremely uncomfortable with the temperature here, let alone this was only her second time here. If even Lisanna was like this, there was no need to talk about the rest. They all seemed to be exhausted, lying down, sitting up, lying down, and falling down. The scene was a mess. In such a high temperature, even Noah had taken off his shirt and was only wearing a pair of pants, causing Wendy and Rachel's cheeks to turn red. They frequently looked in Noah's direction, and couldn't be any more innocent. As for Lucy, she had long been unable to stand the sun. Gray, can't you think of a way? Lucy collapsed on the chair like a corpse, her skin covered in sweat. Aren't you an ice magician? Are you an idiot? Gray was also covered in sweat, lying on the chair as if he couldn't stand the heat, looking like he was about to die. There's still the most important test coming up. Who would use their precious mana in such a place? By the way, Gray had already taken off all his clothes and was lying there naked. If it were any other time, the ladies would have already made things difficult for him. But now, everyone was so hot that even their heads and vision were blurred. Not to mention that they didn't have the mood to care, even if they wanted to, their blurred vision basically couldn't see Gray's naked body, which allowed Gray to escape the disaster. Fortunately, Naz was now lying on the side and couldn't move because of his sickness from the transportation. Otherwise, if he were to be sprayed with fire by this emotional guy, the temperature would be shocking. Hey, Noah, haven't you been to Celestial Wolf Island before? Rachel leaned on the simple wooden table and said to Noah weakly. How long until we reach Celestial Wolf Island? Don't worry, Noah said with a bitter smile. We're almost there. Bear with it for a while. Hearing this, everyone could only put on a bitter face and continue to bear with the high temperature. Perhaps wanting to divert attention, Lucy asked Noah. What kind of place is Celestial Wolf Island? After hearing Lucy's words, the others also looked in Noah's direction. What kind of place is it? Noah pondered for a moment and then said so. A very unbelievable place, right? Unbelievable? Rachel, who was the most curious, asked. How is it unbelievable? Noah turned his head and looked at the endless sea in front of him. His voice echoed on the deck. There, the earth contains an extremely large amount of mana, the air is also filled with magic elves that can quickly restore one's strength, and there is also a huge celestial wolf tree on the island that has unbelievable functions. So, if there must be a word to describe Celestial Wolf Island, it would be unbelievable. When he spoke up to hear, Noah paused for a moment before he spoke indifferently. Moreover, there is a huge secret hidden on Celestial Wolf Island. This time, no one cared about the heat as they were all attracted by Noah's words. I know about this too. Ruby raised her hand, her face filled with the desire to know. It is said that ever since Celestial Wolf Island came into existence, the island has been hiding a huge secret related to the fairy tale. Really? Wendy tilted her head and smiled innocently. It would be great if we could know what the secret is. It would be great if it was that easy. Lisanna smiled and waved her hand. Then, she looked at Noah and asked without much hope. Brother Noah, who received 2 years of guidance from the first president on Celestial Wolf Island, shouldn't know about this secret, right? Hearing Lisanna's words, Noah shrugged. I know. See. Lisanna looked as if she had expected this. Brother Noah, as expected, before she could finish her sentence, Lisanna's expression froze. Noah. Noah? Lucy asked doubtfully. What did you just say? Didn't you hear me clearly? Noah scratched his cheek. I said, I know about that secret. When this sentence fell from Noah's mouth and was confirmed by everyone, the eyes of all the candidates for the S-Rank Magic Shooter promotion exam in Fairy Tale lit up. Chapter 11:18. What is it? At this time, Levi's attention was completely diverted and she was no longer aware of the high temperature. She couldn't wait to ask Noah. What is the secret hidden on Celestial Wolf Island? It wasn't just Levi. In addition to the seasick Naz, even the curiosity of Lisanna, Wendy, Lucy, Kana, Gray, Hubby, and Xia Lulu was aroused by Noah. Gadjaloo, Julian, Freed, Elfman, and Lily, who had been sitting in the corner without saying anything, turned their gazes and looked straight in Noah's direction. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Noah remained silent for a while, as though he was considering what words he should use to describe the situation. After a while, he said that. After a while, he said, you should all know about the 3 major spells of Fairy Tale, right? Including Wendy and Summer Lulu, who had just joined Fairy Tale not long ago, all the sorcerers present nodded in agreement. As long as they were Fairy Tale's archmages, they would definitely know about the 3 major spells of Fairy Tale. After all, it was a legend that everyone in the magic world knew. Even others knew about this matter clearly. As a member of Fairy Tale, it was even more impossible for them not to know. The 3 super spells that were developed by the first president are superior to all ordinary spells. Until now, our guild has only inherited one of them. Noah looked around at everyone. Using the divine light to suppress the darkness, it can target everything that the caster considers to be the enemy and mentally destroy the opponent's super judgment magic, Fairy Law. Once this super magic is activated, even if the opponent is an entire guild, it can instantly annihilate them. Everyone secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No one doubted this matter. At least, Naz, Gray, Lucy, Wendy, and the others who had seen the super reversal spell, Nirvana, firmly believed in this matter. Since the effect of Nirvana could reach such a terrifying level, then it was normal for the Fairy Law, which was also a super spell, to have such a terrifying effect. Although the others had not seen Nirvana, they had witnessed the power and threat of the super subspace spell Anima with their own eyes. As a super spell, no one doubted the power of the fairy law. While everyone had such thoughts in their hearts, Noah said so. However, the fairy law is only a trial spell after all. Among the 3 major spells of fairy tale, there is also the erase spell. In terms of lethality and destructive power, it is far above the fairy law. Erase. Erase spell. Lucy shrunk her neck a little timidly. It sounds very dangerous. Of course it's dangerous. Noah curled his lips and smiled. It can collect and condense the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, and turn it into a ruthless light that will not allow the enemy to survive. The super erase spell, fairy glitter, that can destroy all enemies. It can even collect the power of the stars. Do you think it's dangerous? Everyone secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva again. Super erase spell. Gray propped himself up and looked at Noah. It can't be comparable to the council's magic elven power, can it? Everyone suddenly looked at each other in dismay. Magic elven power. Held by the council, it could gather magic of multiple attributes together and launch it using a satellite magic array. The power was enough to destroy a country's super spacetime destruction spell. Because of its terrifying destructive power, this super spacetime destruction spell could even become a strategic weapon. It was extremely terrifying. If the super erase spell, fairy glitter, could reach that level, then it would be really terrifying. In this regard, Noah could only shake his head. No matter what, it can't reach the level of a strategic weapon. After all, fairy glitter is not a destructive spell, but an erase spell. It doesn't have that much destructive power. Of course, its lethality is definitely not weak. If you were hit by that spell, even if you don't die, you would be crippled for life. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they were also secretly shocked. Even if its destructive power could not be compared to magic elven power, its lethality was still quite terrifying. Then, what does the huge secret hidden in Celestial Wolf Island have to do with this super erase spell, fairy glitter? Lucy hurriedly changed the topic and even joked. It can't be that such a terrifying spell is hidden on Celestial Wolf Island? Lucy's words made her companions around her smile knowingly. However, Noah looked at Lucy silently and did not say a word. Seeing this, everyone was silent. It can't be. Lucy's mouth twitched. That so-called secret, is it really the fairy glitter? You guessed right. Noah sighed and said seriously. The secret hidden on Celestial Wolf Island is the fairy glitter. That super erase spell is now hidden on Celestial Wolf Island. After receiving Noah's affirmation, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Why do we have to deal with such a terrifying spell again? Lucy almost cried. First, it was the super reversal magic, Nirvana. Then, it was the super subspace magic, Anima. Now, it's such a terrifying super obliteration magic. Why have we been dealing with super magic that humans shouldn't possess recently? Just as Lucy finished speaking, an aged voice rang out. What is truly terrifying is not magic, but the human heart. Saying this, Makarov walked over from the other side of the deck. As long as you yearn for the light, then, no matter how terrifying the magic is, it will become your wealth. President. Everyone stood up in unison. The reason why the first president, Mavis Viamilio, developed the 3 great spells was not to make them the object of fear in your hearts, but to illuminate the path ahead of you. Makarov's gaze swept across everyone. That's why there's no need to be afraid. No matter how frightening the ultimate erasure magic is, it will always erase the enemies that threaten you. It's precisely in order to protect the guild and its companions from all sorts of enemies that the first generation created the 3 great ultimate spells. I hope you won't forget this. Makarov's words were like a ray of light, sweeping away the darkness in everyone's hearts. Then, Makarov changed the topic and pointed to the front. Look, we have arrived at our guild's holy land, Celestial Wolf Island. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads in unison and looked forward. Only to see, at the far end of the sea, a strange island slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. It was an island that seemed to be made up of two islands, one big and one small, stacked together, with a towering tree in the middle of the island. Is that Celestial Wolf Island? Everyone's gaze was attracted to the strange island. So powerful. Wendy took a sip of the air and sucked it into her mouth. Even from such a distance, I can still feel the powerful magic in the air. You will be conducting the first stage of the S-Rank Magic Shooter Advancement Exam on that island, Makarov said. Do you see the smoking area on the island? After Makarov mentioned it, everyone noticed. In one of the corners of Celestial Wolf Island, a wisp of green smoke was slowly rising. You will need to go there first. There are 7 paths that have been set up. Each group can only choose one path to advance, Makarov explained. And the 7 paths are like this. Makarov pointed to the side. Wang! Accompanied by a trembling sound, a light screen gradually appeared beside Makarov.